Sorry. Welcome to the first International Conference on English Language Education for Undergraduate Students, organized by the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education at Universitas Islam Kadiri. My name is Cynthia, and I'm honored to be your Master of Ceremonies for this event. This conference aims to bring together educators, researchers, and students from around the globe to discuss and share insights on English language education for undergraduate students. This event is conducted hybrid, where we have more than 100 participants attending by Zoom and here in person at Aswaja Hall, Universitas Islam Kadiri. Can you give a quick applause for us? We are excited to have a diverse lineup of speakers and participants who will contribute to enriching our understanding and practice in this field. Would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers from various prestigious institutions. From the University of Richmond, Dr. Leslie Bohan. From Jose University, Dr. Robert Stroud. From Politeknik Negeri Malang, Dr. Ardian Wahyu Setiawan. From Edith University, Miss Junior Siregar. And Bapak Erwin Hari Kurniawan from Universitas Islam Kadiri. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our conference today, let's pray together. Birida ilahi ta'ala wa bisyafa'ati rasulillah bisiril fatihah. Now please rise for the singing of our national anthem, Indonesia Raya, followed by Mars Uniska.
Universitas Islam Kadiri, tempat mencetak kader sejati dengan tridharma perguruan tinggi, dasar ngabdi ibu pertiwi. Di bawah yayasan Bina Cendekia Muslim Pancasila, berlambang akhlak tinggi berbudi mulia, mendidik putra putri bangsa, beramal serta berkarya untuk kejayaan negara. Universitas Islam Kediri, tegar dan abadi, jiwa berkobar semangat membara tinggi, bela Indonesia dan sakti.
Next, we have the welcome speeches. I would like to invite the conference chair to deliver the opening remarks. Please welcome Miss Enthusiastic.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Ibu Sri Wulandari, SPD MPD, and the Head of English Education Study Program, Bapak Angga Prasongko, MPD NH. Distinguished speakers, beloved faculty members, and students. Good morning to you all and welcome to the first international conference on English language education for undergraduate students, organized by the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education at Universitas Islam Kediri. It is a great honor to stand before you today as we present this conference, which remarks a significant milestone in our dedication to enriching the educational advancement and experience of learning for our students. The importance of this conference cannot be understated, cannot be overstated, especially in today's interconnected world. Proficiency in English is not merely an academic requirement, but an essential skill that open doors to numerous opportunities. English language serves as a bridge, connecting us to a vast expanse of global knowledge, diverse cultures, and extensive professional networks. In this conference, we received submissions from students from various universities across Indonesia, including Yogyakarta, Banjarmasin, Palembang, Denpasar, as well as from several of our partner universities in Malaysia and the University of Richmond, United States. In particularly to our students, we hope that this conference provides a platform to engage with renowned experts to gain insights into the latest research and best practices in English language teaching and English language learning and develop intercultural competence. The knowledge and experiences gained here will undoubtedly enhance your academic journey and prepare you for the challenges and opportunities that lies ahead. I vividly recall my experience joining international conference on English language teaching for the first time back in 2017. I was there and I had the honor of meeting one of my scholarly idols whose publication had previously only been something that I read. Having him listen to my presentation was a really incredible experience that ignited my passion for joining more conferences in the future. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers, Dr. Leslie Bohan from the University of Richmond, Dr. Robert Stroud from Hosei University, Dr. Adrian Wahyu Setiawan from Politeknik Negeri Malang, Dr. Yunia Siregar from Edith Cowan University, and Bapak Erwin Hari Kurniawan, MPD representative speaker from our beloved study program at English Education Department, Universitas Islam Kediri. We would like to also express our gratitude to the organizing committee who have been working tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the smooth execution of this conference. Your dedication and hard work have made this event possible. Furthermore, I wish to thank our sponsors, English First Kediri, PT Grab Indonesia, and also Coklat Ibu E for their generous support for this event. To our students, I encourage you to take full advantage of this opportunity, engage actively in the session, ask questions, and network with your peers. This conference is designed for you, and your participation is key to its success. Thank you, and I wish everyone a fruitful and inspiring conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the opening address by the conference chairs of Icels 2024. Now we will listen to the welcoming speech from the Rector of Universitas Islam Kadiri.
Universitas Islam Universitas of English language dan English record percent this year of the national that's the English language education because some the cornerstones of nations nation cross cultures and communities. England plays a law. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference gathers scholars, educators, researchers, and practitioners and students of English language on the road and is being and transform particularly about future of English language. This program is designed to speaker the existence and practice in currency papers just in its system. They based on BTS and your own experiences as our relationship the sponsors experience of these volunteers as they to prepare for this event. The dedication is rest of ladies and gentlemen. Can here that we have challenges in English education, but also require new ideas play your own professional and inspirational in this and so equal five
Thank you for the opening address of Professor Bambang Yulianto for your inspiring words. We'd also like to take this opportunity to thank Universitas Islam Kadiri, all committees, And our sponsors, English Words Kediri, Coklat Ibu E, and PT Grab Indonesia, for their hard work and generous support in making this conference possible. Ladies and gentlemen, both who are here in person and also virtually, who are online, we just conclude the opening ceremony of Icels 2024. And now we are going to start our first session. I would like to introduce the moderator for our first session. Enthusiastic graduated from Universitas Airlangga with a Bachelor of Arts in English. She has an extensive teaching experiences, both in formal and informal contexts. After completing her master's in TESOL, or teaching English for speakers of other language, at the Institute of Education, University College London, she started teaching at the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Islam Kadiri. Within this role, she has gained access to train both pre and in-service teachers. Alongside this work, she has been serving as a program consultant for English Massive, an official English learning program run by the city government of Kediri and provides free English lessons for the citizen of Kediri. Within her role as a program developer, she helped design the curriculum, instructional materials, and regular workshops for the English tutors working for the program. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor now to hand over this session to Miss Enthusiastic.
Thank you, and hi again. Let me say hi now to our online participants and presenters who are joining in Zoom. Thank you very much. I also see our speakers for the first plenary session joining us today. Dr. Leslie Bohen, how are you? Apa kabar? And also Dr. Robert Stroud, how are you, Robert? Okay, nice. So I cannot wait, but of course, I'm going to introduce you guys to our esteemed speakers for the first plenary session. So our first speaker today is Dr. Leslie Bohen from the University of Richmond. Dr. Bohen will be presenting on the topic of strengthening intercultural competence and communication skills via storytelling. Leslie Bohen, PhD, has broad experience for over 30 years of international education at the university and secondary levels as an ESL professional, cross-cultural researcher, administrator, teacher, and professor, program startup, and developer, curriculum developer, and professional development trainer. She currently serves as Director of English Language Learning at the University of Richmond, Virginia, USA, and consults in international education. She is active in professional TESOL and international organizations and presents her work at numerous state, national, and international conferences. She serves as co-chair of TESOL's Intercultural Communication Intersection. Her research interests are international student development, intercultural learning, language, cultural and academic needs of international students, intercultural competence, and internationalization of higher education. Dr. Bohen's PhD is in educational policy, planning, and leadership with a focus on international education from the College of William and Mary. She completed her bachelor's and master's degrees at the University of Virginia in French language and second language curriculum and instruction. Dr. Bohen's passion is working and learning cross-culturally and has lived, traveled, and worked in 25 countries, most recently in Indonesia. So without further ado, I cannot wait to listen to Dr. Bohen's presentation. Are you ready, Doctor?
Yes. Hello. I am ready. Thank you so much.
Sorry, can I check with the operator to see if Dr. Bohen is already the co-host?
While they're putting that
because
together.
Today we will have a very interactive session with Dr. Bohen, everyone. So, yeah.
I hope so. Right. So
it's
yeah,
already,
if they can make me. Okay, they did it. Fantastic.
It's already
very
quite
good.
late, yeah, in Virginia, Doctor. So thank you very much for making the time to speak at our conference.
Thank you all. It's so wonderful to be here. And good morning. And well, good evening for me. It's nighttime for me and morning for you. So good morning. And thank you so much for the lovely introduction. And congratulations on this first international conference. This is exciting, an exciting time for you all. And what a great opportunity to be a part of it. Thank you so much. And greetings from the University of Richmond in Richmond, Virginia, in the East Coast of the United States. Greetings from our university to Rector Bambang Julianto and to Dean Shri Wulandari. And Conference Chair Enthusiastic, thank you so much for all of your help. And also,
It's our pleasure. Yes.
And of course, we definitely greet all of the students and other faculty members as well from the University of Richmond. So I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, you're good
I'm
to
going
go,
to share
Doctor.
my
You're the
screen.
co-host and you can share. Okay, right.
All
Enjoy,
right,
everyone.
I'm going to share my screen and okay. Well, welcome everyone. I'm happy to be here, and I have decided to present on something that's very near and dear to my heart, and that is intercultural competence. Intercultural competence is an incredibly important concept, and it is a skill and an attitude and knowledge that we strive for in language learning. So I decided to try something that might be some tools and some practical skills that you could use in your classes and for your activities. So the title of my presentation is Strengthening Intercultural Competence and Communication Skills via Storytelling. Because your theme is the dealing with changes and challenges in English language education, I started to think about what are the challenges, particularly challenges that we have in language education. And I thought of three, and that is the need or the challenge for communicative fluency. So speaking, of course, is a difficult skill to gain in language learning. But we also, in teacher education, we need high impact and high interest activities to help our students learn language, particularly communicative fluency, speaking and listening skills. We also need intercultural competence, and we need that to be infused into language learning. Let me pause here and ask a question. Is my voice coming through okay? Yay. Okay, thank you. Great.
Yes, we can hear
All
you
right.
very clearly. Thank you.
Okay, very good. If it changes, please let me know. Okay, and so to meet these needs that I have just mentioned, I am looking to storytelling as an opportunity for us to engage in our classes and in our teacher education as well. So what I would like to do is I would like to give an overview of three tools that you could use, three kinds of storytelling tools that you could use. And hopefully, I would like to practice very briefly one of the tools. And then, of course, afterwards, we'll have time for questions and answers. So first of all, what is intercultural competence? So there are many definitions of intercultural competence, but this particular one by Darla Deerdorf is the ability to communicate effectively and appropriately in intercultural situations based on one's intercultural knowledge, skills, and attitudes. This, as I mentioned previously, intercultural competence, it's certainly in my work, working with international students, intercultural competence is one of the one of the components of my classes that I emphasize the most, because within language learning, in order for us to communicate effectively around the world, cross-culturally, we want to have the skills and the knowledge to do so appropriately. So intercultural competence, I try to infuse that in all of my work with students. I am going to explore just very briefly this conceptual framework that Howard Hamilton and her colleagues in 1998 outlined regarding intercultural competence. And those are three components: attitudes, skills, and knowledge. So for example, for attitudes, we want to have pride in ourselves, and of course, pride and respect for others. We want to stay away from discrimination, and then be risk takers and want to engage in cross-cultural interactions. For knowledge, we have to know a lot about ourselves, and we have to know a lot about other communities and cultures. So the knowledge building has to strengthen, and because culture affects communication and values. And finally, skills. We need skills such as self-reflection and ability to see cultural differences and understand cultural differences, and then to communicate cross-culturally. So another way to think about intercultural competence is to think about how these skills work as a process. So Bennett in 1993 talked about intercultural competence as a process. So if you look on your left side, you see that denial is when someone has relatively low intercultural competence and they don't think that people are very different. And actually, that's a problem, because you need to be able to recognize people's differences and gifts. And then all the way to integration, which is high intercultural competence. So when we increase attitudes, knowledge, and skills, you'll notice that we increase our intercultural competence. So we are looking at an opportunity to increase intercultural competence through storytelling, because every person has personal experience that can be shared. And when we learn about each other, it produces empathy and increases our skills for close listening. These are the three tools that I would like to talk a little bit about with you. So these three tools are story circles, story stitch, and circle paseo. I hope that we will have enough time and the facility to do a very brief run with circle paseo. So story circles is focused on intercultural competence building and conflict resolution, with a big focus on listening for understanding. Story stitch is focused on connection, and circle paseo is focused on identity and self-awareness. So what I've done is each one of these tools that I'm going to explain to you, I have created a QR code, and I can give you this PowerPoint so that you have these QR codes. But these QR codes are the instructions for each of these tools, so that you can conduct these tools and these experiences yourself in your classes. So Story Circles was created as a joint effort with Darla Deerdorf, who is down at Duke University, and UNESCO. So it is a structured process for participants to share, and it focuses on intercultural competence and conflict resolution. And it engages the many skills and attitudes that we need for intercultural competence. This is what Story Circles looks like when you're in the configuration when you use it. So you can have up to maybe 3 to 7 people is what is typical for story circles, but you could have 100 people and then break them into groups. And the process is first a small icebreaker round. It might be, for example, what is the meaning of your name? And so in the small groups, each person would talk about the meaning of your name. And then the round 2 is the most important round. And that is the small group answers a prompt and they share a story. And that would be 3 minutes per person to share a story. And if you have time, everyone recalls what each person said with a 15-second recap. And you could repeat that if you wish. Afterwards is a guided group reflection. So let me tell you a little bit about the kinds of prompts that you might see in story circles. So here are examples of prompts. Share a time when you experienced a cultural or linguistic misunderstanding. Did you resolve it? What is one of the most positive interactions you have had with a person who was different from you? And what made this such a positive experience? Another is about challenging interactions with people from different backgrounds. So you can see that these prompts are focused on intercultural competence and building and conflict resolution. Another tool is Story Stitch. This can also be done in a large group, and it is typically done not in lots of small groups, although you could do that. Most people say 8 people or less per group, or 8 people or fewer. But I have friends who have done this and colleagues who have done this with 25 or 30 people. So it was created to serve as a guided storytelling activity that connects and builds empathy. This was created in the United States by a group called Green Cards, and it was designed to help people who have been in the United States for a long time and were born there and maybe had been there for generations to learn more about immigrants, about newcomers to the United States. So this is the typical configuration for this tool. And again, you would have anywhere from maybe 3 to 10 people in one circle, and you may have more than one circle. And so the process is an introduction where you give some information about yourself, and then you have questions that you answer in the group, and the group listens. Other players, once they've heard someone's story, can stitch. And I don't know if you know what stitch is, but stitch is when you sew something, and so when you stitch to someone else's story, you might share a similar story, or you may ask a clarifying question, or you may add a comment, and then you have a group reflection. Here are questions. This is the virtual story stitch game. And this one I've used both in person and online. And these are some examples of some of the questions. So for example, in the neutral section, you can see that the first question is tell a story of when you experienced culture shock. And so you can see that people, when they're talking about these stories, they can be very vulnerable. These kinds of stories can be vulnerable. It's a sharing and an empathy building tool. You can see on the vulnerable, for example, tell a story of a challenge you faced during childhood. So you would choose those. Now, Circle Paseo is the third tool that I would like to introduce to you. And I'm also hoping that we can try this tool. So what you will need for this tool, all of you will need a piece of paper and a pencil or a pen. So if you have a piece of paper and a pencil, I would like for you to get that out because you're going to need it for this exercise.
Right, everyone. Please pull out a piece of paper, pen or pencil, yeah, and follow the instruction from Dr. Bauman.
Thank you, Auntie. Okay, so Circle Paseo is a tool to help us think about our identity and also to help us to make connections and empower, encourage empathy for others. So this is the QR code, which I will share with you again later. So this is how I would like for you to participate. I'm going to actually get you to go through one of these rounds. So if you could, please draw this diagram. Yes, Auntie?
Sorry, Dr. Bauman, for interrupting. What about the online participants? I've talked to.
They should do it also. Yes, they should also get a piece of paper and draw this, because I'm going to also put the online participants in breakout rooms.
All right, great. So for online participants, you can also do the same as instructed. Piece of paper, draw the diagram. Yeah, right. Okay.
That's right.
And well, here, everyone here who are participating on site are also ready with piece of paper. Yes. Okay, great. Yeah, back to you, Dr. Bauman.
And the step 2 is to write your name in the middle circle. So write your name in the middle circle, because you're thinking about self right now. You're thinking about who you are. And what you would then do is then you need to write descriptors, any word or several words or phrase that captures some kind of element of your identity in the other circles. So let me give you an example. This is my name. And then I'm going to think about ways that I might describe myself. So, for example, a woman, because there are many parts of being a woman that are important to my identity. So I'm going to write woman in my circle. Teacher is a very important part of my identity, so I'm writing that. I wrote cheerful. It can be a descriptor such as an adjective. It can be a noun, but I wrote cheerful because that is, I love to laugh, and I like to create happiness around me. So I wrote that. I wrote traveler as a descriptor, and I wrote friend. These are all pieces of my identity that are important to me. So what I'd like for you to do is the same thing, and I'll give you just a minute to do that.
So Dr. Bohan, later will we give some of the participants today to read their piece of identity that they have written in the diagram?
No, they're not going to read it. We're going to break out into groups, and they will share what they would like. So I'm going to keep going with you. So no one share anything yet. Okay. Now, what you would normally do in this is that you would, if you are in person, you would normally do an inside-outside circle. However, I'm not going to get you to stand up because we're only doing a very brief piece of this exercise. So instead, what I would like for you to do is make sure that you have someone you can talk to beside you. Okay, so you need to get with one person. It doesn't matter who the person is, you just need to be with one person. Okay, so then after that, I'm going to give you a few minutes to talk about what you wrote down. But here are some rules. Rules are that you need to please respect the person who is talking by not interrupting. Make sure that what they say to you stays private between you and that person. You're learning about yourself and about another person. And so your conversation is private. Okay. So here are the dialogues. So you're going to be asked a question, and then you're going to have a 5-minute exercise. For 1 minute after I ask you the question, for 1 minute, everyone should be silent and simply reflect on the question. Then for 2 minutes, one of the partners responds to the question, and the other partner should not interrupt. Okay? If the speaker is finished before the 2 minutes are finished, then just wait quietly. Okay? After those 2 minutes, the next partner responds to the question. Again, the previous partner one should not interrupt. And then you thank your partner. And then you would actually change partners if we do it again. So you see, this is 5 minutes. 1 minute to think about the question that I asked you. 2 minutes to first partner respond to the question without interruption, and then partner two. If this is going to be hard to remember, you might want to take a picture of this, but I am going to guide you through this. Okay? Okay. So in a second, I am going to show you the question. And after I show you the question, I'm going to put all of our online participants in breakout rooms of 2. If I have a third person, I'm just going to have, a third partner. Okay? So here is the question. With which descriptors do you identify most strongly? Why? That's your question. With which descriptors do you identify most strongly? Now, people in the breakout rooms, I will actually be sending you messages on chat for when 1 minute is finished and that you start your 2 minutes. Okay? So I'm going to put everyone in breakout rooms. Let's see, there are 50 people, so I'll do 25 breakout rooms. Okay, I've opened all of the breakout rooms. And all of the breakout rooms, people should join their breakout room. Why are the breakout rooms closing so fast? I don't know why the breakout rooms are closing so fast, though. Okay, so you have 1 minute to think about this question in silence.
1 minute reflection. So no
Which
talking.
descriptor? Just think. Okay, now I would like for you to do the first thing, which is partner one. You respond to the question. The question is, with which descriptors do you identify the most strongly and why? So the first partner talks for 2 minutes. So there should be a lot of noise now in the room. People in your breakout rooms, you should be going into your breakout rooms and talking about one descriptor. Okay, it looks like room 2 is doing it. Good. For those of you online, you should join your room. They,
Hello, Mr. Bohan. I joined my breakout room, but it's only me, and I got redirecting to the main session.
okay, that's okay. Okay, so you can just watch. Okay. Okay. So that's it for the first person, and now the second person should talk for 2 minutes. Okay. And now let's go ahead and stop there. I'll close all the rooms. Okay, good. So do I have all of my breakout rooms people back? Okay. All right. So what you just did was a 5-minute exercise where you were to think about something that's very important to you, your identity, reflect on it, and then one person talks for 2 minutes and the next person talks for 2 minutes. And you asked this first prompt. So you can see that you would continue to go. At this point, what you would normally do is you would then thank your partner and repeat with a new partner. So here are some of the questions that are prompts for this exercise. Describe a time when one of the elements of your identity definitely worked to your advantage, either in your educational experiences or other parts of your life, or when part of your identity held you back, was a disadvantage. Or when you've noticed an inequity and wish you had said something but did not. Or when you've noticed an inequity and you did say something. Or if you used racial or ethnic descriptors, why or why not? So, also important in these storytelling exercises are the debrief parts. So the debrief is very, very important. You think about, for example, what you saw. You think about what it was like to have this experience or what you'll do differently, what you learned about yourself, and how you'll process your emotions. So I should emphasize that in each of these storytelling tools, the debrief part is very important. So it is hard to do a little exercise like this in a hybrid situation. It's usually better if everyone is in person or everyone is online. But it can be done with practice. So I hope that by going through that small exercise, you had a little bit of a feel for what it's like to describe something about yourself and to hear someone else's story. So my experience with these kinds of exercises have been very, very positive with my students. My students have praised it as a positive and bonding experience. And it helps them think about self and how important that is to their identity, and to how they make decisions in their life. It helps them recognize cultural values. They also said that sitting in silence was difficult at first, but then they got used to it. So they appreciated the opportunity to develop communicative skills and strengthen vocabulary, and communicative fluency. So I do believe that storytelling deals with some of the challenges that we have, because storytelling addresses the need for communicative fluency, high impact and high interest activities, and also develops intercultural competence. UNESCO says that it's only through joint construction of a relationship in which people listen to one another can individuals demonstrate their intercultural competencies. So storytelling helps us put the pieces together much better about ourselves and about each other, which increases our intercultural competence and at the same time improves communicative skills, because we all have something to learn from others. Thank you so much for your attention, and thank you for doing your best to go through a small piece of that exercise. I hope that getting through that can at least help you consider doing something like this in your classrooms. And I would love to entertain questions and answers if we have time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bohan. Please click applause, everyone. Right. I believe we still have around 5 minutes to take questions, both from the online participants. You can write your questions in the chat box, and also from the presenters and participants in this call. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. That was really powerful and insightful, the way we can explore stories, yeah, Dr. Bohan, to strengthen intercultural competence and also to have more self-awareness of our own identity. Thank you very much. Very insightful.
Yeah, storytelling is, when you're thinking about self and about your identity and your own stories, it's something that you're the expert in that. You are the only expert in your story. So that vocabulary that you use and the words that you choose are very important to self. So that is why storytelling can be a very powerful tool for language learning.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. Do we have questions here? Online participants? Yeah, sure. We haven't got any question yet, but okay, we have one question here.
Yes, Farah and Adnan, thank you very much for your
We will address
question.
the question from the online participants first, from Farah Ain
Yes.
Adnan. Does the
She
prompt
asks,
depends on the objective of the class, or is there a list of specified prompts? Thank you.
yes, the answer to both of those questions is yes. So the prompt does depend on the objective. So if you notice at the beginning of my presentation, I showed you the 3 tools and what the objectives are for each one. For example, Story Circles really focuses on intercultural competence, and listening for understanding. All of them, listening is important for all of them, which is important for intercultural competence. But for example, Circle Paseo is about identity, understanding self first, which when you're trying to strengthen intercultural competence, learning of self is the first step. There are specified prompts. So if you go to those QR codes, they will give you prompts, but depending on your objective, you may change the prompts.
Thank you very much for the question and also the answers. Now we will take question from the participants here. Are you ready to ask your question correctly? Can you introduce yourself first?
Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi, Dr. Rohan.
How are you?
I really good.
This is a friend of mine from BEC, yes?
Okay, actually this sudden question, and I want to ask about, wait. Okay.
Okay, while he's asking the question, I'll go ahead and
Okay.
answer this one. This question, Yuma wrote in the chat, what are your challenges when teaching storytelling to students who still don't understand the mechanics of learning? Yes, I thank you for asking that question, because these storytelling exercises are probably best for low intermediate English language students or higher. So high intermediate or advanced, low intermediate students probably could do these storytelling exercises, especially if you supply them with vocabulary words that would be likely used. So for example, they need to understand the questions and then some likely vocabulary words that they can use in their answers. So that's very important. An important part is of the vocabulary learning if your students are low or high intermediate students.
Thank you very much for the question and also the answers. Well, very interesting, but I'm afraid that we're running out of time for the
Yes.
first plenary session, Dr. Bohn. So thank you once again very much for making the time to talk and speak at our conference. Hopefully you can come back to Indonesia and we can have some
Terima
fun time
kasih.
again.
And I forgot to say, I have been to your beautiful university and I so appreciate seeing it again. So thank you so much. Terima kasih. And it was wonderful to be with you.
Terima kasih kembali. Have a good night. Bye-bye. Say bye,
Yeah.
everyone. Thank you. Right. And that will bring us to the next session, to the next speaker in this first plenary session with Dr. Robert Stroud. Let me now read his bio. So our second speaker for the first panel session is Dr. Robert Stroud from Hosei University, Japan. Dr. Stroud will be presenting on the topic building research lighthouses. Oh, I believe you make some changes here, but yeah.
I
That
made
will
a
be about
slight
engaging
change,
language
yeah.
learners. Yes, right. So Dr. Robert Stroud is a professor at Hosei University in Tokyo, where he holds a PhD in applied linguistics and English language. His research specializes in language learner engagement with a particular focus on utilizing second language task design and modern technology to enhance learners' communicative competence. Dr. Robert Stroud has extensive experience in research design and methodology, and his work has greatly contributed to the field of English language education, one of which through a platform called the University Grapevine, which brings together an academic community, especially those teaching ESL, to share ideas and connects. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Robert Stroud. Robert, it's yours now.
Hello,
Okay.
everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me to this wonderful event. First, I'd like to just thank the organizing committee. I think this conference is fantastic in terms of its focus. First of all, everything is changing, and we are facing many, many challenges within the English language teaching community. And I also really like the focus of the event on undergraduates, because undergraduates really are the focus and the future of our research in a world that really is changing a lot. So thank you all very much indeed for inviting me to take part in this. So I'm talking to you from Tokyo in Japan, where it is almost lunchtime. We are about 2 hours ahead of where you are there. I'm very lucky, unlike Leslie, that I didn't have to get up in the middle of the night to speak to you, which is nice. And I'd just like to say hello from me and hello from Hosei University, which is a very old university in Tokyo, one of the super global universities that's pushing very, very hard to try to stay up to date with not only Japanese students, but international students as well, which is becoming more and more important, especially in Japan with the decreasing or shrinking population that you may be aware of. So universities are working very hard now to address that. So that is possibly one of our challenges in the education field right now. So I'd also like to thank Leslie for a wonderful plenary. She had some very practical ideas. As was mentioned, I run an international community called the University Grapevine, and that also has some projects for intercultural exchange online. So the storytelling ideas were actually something very useful for me, and I'm very appreciative. Thank you, Leslie, for those ideas. I may try to put some of those into the online intercultural exchange programs. They seem a very good way for people to empathize and relate to each other. So thank you. I'm going to share my screen now. I'm hoping this is going to work.
Yeah, I think you're good to go to share your screen.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see the screen now.
Okay. Great. So my topic today, something I've been researching for a very long time now, especially in the last 10 years, is about learner engagement. So there's two parts to the presentation, actually. The first part is examining language learner engagement. I'm going to take you through a bit of a journey for me for the last 10 years, not just to show you what I've done, but hopefully to inspire some students there today with some different ideas, some different areas of what learner engagement is and how we can use it within our research. And engagement is always going to be important in our classrooms, and it's always going to be important in education. Especially with the challenges with things like AI, things like ChatGPT coming to the classroom, we really need to think about what students are doing, if they're really invested or engaged in their learning, and if we're going in the right direction or not. And the second part, what I'll talk about, is something a bit more practical. This is added because of the undergraduates, you guys who are there today. For a lot of undergraduates and postgrads that I've worked with on their presentation papers, maybe their masters, I use something called a lighthouse to help them plan their research projects carefully. Many of you there today, I'm sure, have planned a research project, begun it, got maybe halfway through or maybe to the end, and realized there are some big gaps or some big problems. And hopefully my lighthouse ideas can help you save a bit of time and save a bit of stress actually as well. So I'm going to start now just with the outline. Like I said, I'll give you my journey. I'm going to talk about 5 specific papers that I wrote. I have all the links within the PowerPoint. I wasn't as organized as Leslie. I haven't created QR codes for you to look at them now, but I will share this PowerPoint, of course, with anyone afterwards. So you can access the papers. Please look at the reference lists. There are a huge number of papers that I've looked at that you can look at too, if you're very interested in what engagement is and how to research with it. Then I'll talk about how to build a lighthouse, how to test it, how to rebuild it. And then I hope I'll have time for some questions from the online participants or the face-to-face participants. So this was my first impression when I came to Japan. This was, if any of you have taught or visited Japan or know of Japanese people, it's a fantastic culture. I came to Japan about 20 years ago. I'm very much settled now. I'm a professor in a university. I have a family here. But one big thing that you'll notice about Japanese when you arrive, or if you hear presentations at international conferences, is they cannot get English out. It could be due to cultural issues. It could just be a shyness in their character, or it could be in the way that we teach them English. So they won't actually speak much when they have the opportunity. Now, one big thing that occurred to me, or was a big question for not only me, but many researchers in Japan, is why does this happen? Why do they stay quiet? And from that, does this cause them problems? What problems could staying quiet in class cause? And are there ways to counter these problems? What ways, if you have classrooms which are silent, this could be Japan or any country in the world, there could be many, many different reasons. What ways can we counteract those problems? And what changes should be made at a higher level in ELT, maybe in the way you design your courses, perhaps even within institutes. The community of English language teaching is always changing. And as I said, things like AI coming into our lives, coming into students' lives, it changes the way we think and it changes the way we do things. So for me, for Japan, these were my first impressions, maybe 20 years ago. And this led me to what I think is a fascinating area of research, which is learner-task engagement. So engagement shouldn't be confused with the word motivation. Motivation is a state. That's how you're feeling. You could be very, very motivated to do something, but you don't do it. Engagement is actually what's happening. So this could be the way that students do things. It could be the way they invest their thinking in things. It could be actually how they decide to feel about things while they're doing it. So one paper I did write, and again, it's only a link, but I'll share this with you later in the PowerPoint, is we have to think about what engagement actually is. We need to define it and we need to be able to measure it. It shouldn't just be a concept. So what is engagement and how do we measure it in our classrooms? So one of the clear ways you can do this, and one of the clear ways that people do this in research, is observational data. So if you have students in a classroom and you want to think about the ways they're actually investing themselves in the classwork, we can watch, we can observe them. So there are many different ways you can make a kind of checklist, if you like. Perhaps how long were they talking? How many questions do they ask? How often do they agree with people? Or any other measures you can think of. And this is under what we call behavioral engagement. This is the behavior that we can see. But engagement goes a lot deeper than that, as you can imagine. So we need to look at self-reported data. We need to ask learners themselves, how did you feel? What did you think about what was going on in the classroom? And this is what we would put under emotional engagement. And this really means, did they enjoy it? Did they have fears? Did they have anxiety? Were they free flowing in their way of communicating? The problem with self-reported data, as you can imagine, is it's self-reported. This has to come from the students. They may or may not tell you the truth. So designing surveys to collect very good data like that is a big challenge. I won't talk about that too much today, but please think very carefully about how you design surveys if you are going to collect them from students. We want the best, most honest information as well. And another thing is cognitive data. And this is becoming more interesting recently. People talking about critical thinking of students. Are things like AI helping them think more or think less? So when we have classes, we cannot see inside the head of a student. We cannot see how hard they're trying, how much they're investing in things like a puzzle or a conversation or a story. So what we need to do is something like experience sampling or experiential sampling. And what this is, you ask students to stop at certain points during a class and to write down what they're thinking or how they're feeling at that exact time. So we take a kind of a photo, a kind of snapshot inside their head. And it's the careful combination of these three ways we can very cleverly and very fairly look at how engaged students are or are not in the class. Now, beyond these, there are two others. They're not explored in the paper you can see at the top there, but in my more recent research, it's also very important to look at social engagement. How much do they collaborate or communicate or interact with others? For example, in the case of the previous plenary by Leslie, you would hope for very high social engagement. In the storytelling, you would really hope people to be talking and interacting with each other. And if they did, that would represent high social engagement. And the final one is affective engagement. How proactive are students being? Are they actually taking steps by themselves without relying on teachers or others to improve their own learning? So we actually have 5 things. I'm hoping even just one of these would be of great interest to people watching. These are ways you can collect your data and combine data to create very good research and very reliable research papers. So please think about these kind of ways to look at classrooms if you do teach, or any other kind of, people you may be able to luckily collect data from. So from that, the second paper, this is the second of 5 I'm going to talk about. A huge area I got very interested in around the time of my PhD was planning. Now, it's a very, very big field that's been going on for a few decades now. And what this actually talks about is how can we help students who find it hard to engage plan better to become more engaged in the learning. So I did write a paper which was finished, that's about 5 years ago now, and I'll explain it in a moment. These are the 3 areas of planning that you are able to do. You're able to plan for tasks before them, that's the pre-task. In-task planning, so while students are doing classwork or doing, I don't know, a storytelling or maybe presenting or having a discussion, you can have them plan during that time, which is fine for them to stop and look over notes and things like that, or post-task, which is after the task. Now, I focused very heavily on pre-task. I think this is a very interesting phase to have students plan, let's say, for example, for a pair discussion or a group discussion. So if you give them a topic and you want them to talk about it, in what ways could they plan for that to improve how engaged they are and to improve their performance as well, obviously? One way is obviously just writing things down, planning. This is referred to as strategic planning. There's a lot of research on this. You can imagine if you were asked to have a discussion and someone said you have 10 minutes to write down what you want to say, that should improve the amount you can speak during that time. And in the research and in my paper at the top there, it generally produces less pauses by students, so an improvement in fluency, and they can actually give more reasons behind their arguments or their feelings as well, because they planned it. Now, one negative effect that was found with it is that they'll refer to other terms less often. So they become more speech-like rather than interactive by writing things down. So this was an interesting thing I found as well. Now, the other type of planning that is in research, and you may want to think about, is rehearsing. Just kind of repeating the task. Repetition is not a bad thing. I think in language learning classrooms, teachers are very worried about letting students do the exact same task over and over. But actually, it can be a very positive thing for engagement and a very positive thing for things like fluency. So students generally tend to participate more. That would be, in this case, speaking more words within the time of the task, and become more fluent, especially speaking speeds. They would not speak slowly like this, but they would learn to speak a little bit quicker, perhaps improve their pronunciation with that as well by just practicing over and over again. And these are showing behavioral engagement, emotional engagement, cognitive engagement. Students are really investing more by allowing them to plan. So planning has become a big part of my research focus. And I do hope somebody there today, or some of you, find that interesting and may want to jump into looking at that also. Now, the third stage of my research in the last 10 years really kicked off with the pandemic, with COVID. Technology is a very interesting thing. I hope some of you there today are very interested in how technology can help language learning. When COVID began, it became even more important, as you can remember. And in that year, 2020, I was working on online international exchange programs. As I mentioned at the start, trying to get students from different countries to speak in English and share not only the language, but their culture online. Now, Zoom, fantastic. The company had great success. Everything took off. Everybody was online. After a few months, we all became very good at breakout rooms and online conferences like this one here today, which is fantastic. But for teaching in the beginning, we saw lots of this. Lots of blank screens, perhaps names, and especially for Japanese, who are already shy, we took some huge steps backwards in terms of engagement. But I was very excited by this because I thought, okay, this is great. Now we have something to challenge, something to work on. And for the theme of this conference too, I think this is something that is definitely a challenge. Online engagement is a huge thing. How do we get students to really invest in their conversations with each other? How do we get them to really make the effort to turn the cameras on and mics on without being asked to do it? So, of course, not just for language learning, but all industries, this is a big thing. And teachers kind of look like this. This was me in the beginning. This was many teachers. What do I do? How do I get things rolling? So the direction of research that I took was to look at tools that could actually bridge the gap between blank screens and interactive online communities. So WhatsApp was the first one I used. This is very popular in many countries around the world. And this is a very good way to have students connect with each other without the pressure of having to turn on cameras and have that in the moment interaction. And the other one I used, and I'm using right now, is Flip. Unfortunately, as of, I think it's tomorrow or the day after, Flip will no longer function. Microsoft have unfortunately chosen to take it down, which has been very bad news for a lot of teachers around the world. So if you are interested in this research, maybe don't think about Flip. WhatsApp is something I'm going to be using a lot from now on, and I'll explain the reasons for that. If you can find a tool that everyone online in these online communities are familiar with, and they find very easy to use, you're definitely increasing your chance of engaging them in your projects. Also, they get quick responses from partners. So, for example, in my online communities, before they meet on Zoom, students will be put into groups and given questions throughout the week to respond to with each other and maybe comment on each other's videos or answers about that topic. And this is a very good way for them to kind of get answers from their partners to prepare for the Zooms. There's less time pressure. The Japanese students definitely prefer this from our side where we are. They become more engaged in the Zooms afterwards, which we call Zoom parties in my case, because they've had time to think about things. So this planning stage, this thinking time that you allow students can really engage them much more in these projects. And there's more time for them to plan their English or plan their ideas, plan their opinions. So if you are interested in online projects, and you're interested in how can I get people more engaged? How can I get the students to interact more or turn the cameras on? In my opinion, the research I'm doing right now and have done is there needs to be some support. There needs to be some way of them interacting offline or not in real time, perhaps sending each other communications. So that bridge, that scaffolding is very important, and it has a clear effect. It really does help them engage more and be more willing to communicate, less anxious in the Zooms. So I think this is a huge thing for language learning, and I hope some of you are interested in this as well. Now, the fourth of 5 steps or stages I'm going to explain is goal setting and tracking. This is something I became very, very interested in during my PhD as well. How can we set goals for students, and how can we help them have a clear sight of where they're going? And I think this is very important if you're teaching speaking skills, especially. How do students know where they are, and how do they know where to go? I think a lot of students, unless that's clear, will come to your classes and not really know what they've done in speaking courses. They may feel, okay, I feel more confident, I've enjoyed this course, but from where I was, say, 13, 14, 15 weeks ago to today, what did I do? What did I achieve? So we need to find ways to clarify this. This is human psychology, not just English language learning. We all have this need, this desire to improve when we put effort into things. So we need to help students do that so they'll engage more. And I wrote a paper about this. This is actually a book. This was a book I wrote about 3 years ago. It's very long, so I'm going to give you a nice summary, so maybe you don't have to read the whole thing. And it's very focused on group discussions, particularly of around 4 students. So this is a very common scenario for English language classrooms. You could give students a topic and say, here's 10 minutes, please discuss. And there are many, many things that can go wrong with that, many kind of problems. One of the big ones is that it's not clear for students how to improve at that. So what I decided to do is start to give students some guidelines and a way of tracking their performance as individuals and as a team. So in this case, there's a sheet. What they would do for the classes is write down what their choice was. Let's say the topic is, what is your favorite city in Japan? And students always have great different opinions about that. Some of them love Tokyo, some of them love Osaka, some of them love Kyoto. There are so many great cities with different cultures. So they'll have a really fun time discussing that, and then making up their choice together or as individuals what they think. Now, along the way, they need to give reasons. And they need to give examples. And perhaps you might want them to agree and disagree, to respond to each other. So what they would do in this case, they would write down everything they came up with in that time, just in freehand, very quick, not in the detail. And then I provided some diaries for them to track over time how they performed. So this tracking, it was very, very simple. It was basically just Excel sheets where I had formulas for the numbers to create charts and visuals. This helps students visualize their performance within tasks. And by doing so, it had a very positive impact on their learning and their efforts and their engagement in those discussions across a semester. They participated more because they had these kind of goals. Okay, today I really want to come up with clear reasons and many examples. They tried very, very hard to share their opinions, to listen to others, to respond, just because they had these numbers in front of them. Complexity of language use did not improve. You would definitely need to involve some other out-of-task activities, perhaps, practicing grammar and things like that with students. So you can't rely on goal setting like this to improve the complexity or sentence structure or sentence length or grammatical variety in students. It just won't do that. And it also didn't improve accuracy. They're still going to make the same mistakes. They're still going to repeat mistakes because you're not addressing the mistakes they're making. So don't rely on this kind of stuff or this kind of goal tracking to improve their accuracy. But it will build fluency. If your goal as a teacher is to help students become more fluent, so to speak faster, pause less, repeat themselves less, speak for longer. These are excellent ways. Give students guidelines and numbers and targets to engage more in their communication. And another interesting thing is they have more on-task behavior. So they don't go off topic. So if the topic is talking about your favorite city in Japan, they don't go off topic, maybe the food, but then the food becomes, what are you doing tonight? What are you doing tonight? Where do you live? Slowly they go away from what their goal is as a group or as an individual. They're more on topic and less off topic, less off task behavior, which is the same thing I just said. They wouldn't talk about things that aren't related to achieving their goals together. So goal setting is a huge area of research and very, very connected to engagement of learners. Perhaps this will be more and more important in the future with technology advancing in the classroom. I think it's very easy for students to get sidetracked, get distracted by technology. So perhaps we need to think about ways goals and tracking of those goals for the learning can keep us focused on what we need to be doing with students. Now, this is the last stage, the last kind of area of engagement I'm going to talk about. And this is about silence. And this has become more and more interesting to me in the last couple of years, because I've dug deeper into the research and digging much deeper into engagement research, you start to realize that silence isn't always a bad thing. When students are silent, we cannot actually say that they're not engaged, because a lot of engagement is invisible. We can't see what they're thinking, we can't know what they're feeling, and we can't know the processes that are going on in the brain. So looking at silence in a positive way is also very, very interesting research. And inner speech is what this has led me to. And inner speech, I think everybody in the room there today or online has done this. If you were going to do a presentation or you were going to speak in a second language, for me as well, for today, this is talking inside your mind. So when you talk inside your mind, can that have a positive effect for not only second language learning, but also for your engagement in the learning afterwards? So again, this is a type of way students could plan for things, just kind of talking about it in their head first. And everybody there today, I'm sure, has done this for something before, and the mind does respond to it very, very well. So the paper I wrote recently is how students can use inner speech checklists. So again, we need to give guidance to students to nurture their task fluency in discussions, which connects to their engagement, of course. And I've created with a co-author, a textbook series. I won't talk about it today, but there's a textbook series over the last 5 years we've created together that really focuses on helping students in Japan and other countries use their inner speech to prepare for discussions and presentations. So what they'll do across every 2 classes, these checklists, you can see a now side and a later side. They will create sentences about their opinions in their head, in their mind. And through this practice, it helps students kind of strengthen the muscle of conceptualizing, formulating, and articulating English. So we have to conceptualize, we have to think of an idea. It comes to our mind. We don't know exactly how that happens, but it happens. We have to formulate. So we have to take English and throw it together to create sentences inside our head. And then we articulate, we say it. But lots of things happen before we say English. So these tables help students with that process. It's kind of like a weightlifting gym for their mind to practice formulating sentences inside the head more quickly so they can be more fluent and more engaged with each other when they discuss things in a language. So here's an example. They could take this first one, which says, I think ... because. And the topic that's given is a city. So you could say to them, okay, please use the English, and there is your topic. Now, students could say, I think Tokyo is very interesting because there are many sports facilities. They just say that inside their head, not to a partner, and they get 3 minutes with the checklist. And if they can make a sentence in their head, they go down the checklist like this and write a score at the bottom. Now, they do that at the start of class 1. And then we have a couple of classes of learning the language, learning how to communicate. And then at the end of the second class, so this is a long time. In Japan, this would actually be 200 minutes, so more than 3 hours of practice between these tables. And then they'll try to do the same thing again on the later table. Now, this gives students a guideline to see what they feel they're improving at. More than anything, it actually just highlights their strong and weak points. And it really helps students to focus, to cognitively engage in their learning much, much more. And they start to think about, okay, what areas can I perform well in? What areas can I not perform well in? Because these tables actually relate very much to their tests as well. So this formative style of assessment and this guidance with checklists for the inner speech of students definitely helps them stay on track, stay focused, and improve across time. And from the students that have used this in the last few years, they felt that you can see more detail about this if you click the link for the paper at the top when I share this PowerPoint. They felt it improved their English a lot. They could understand their own level of English by using these tables. They enjoyed it. They kind of saw it as a game, if you like. It was quite fun. It's only 3 minutes, and they liked the challenge of it. And some of them actually surprised us. They actually said they really enjoyed a scaffolded approach to the learning. They kind of understood what was happening. They understood that this was like a bridge for them to not just speak in discussions, but to have some time to practice how to make sentences and then do it afterwards. Some of the negative feedback, though, things you may want to think about for your own research, they didn't like how set it was, but we didn't change it. As you can see, there's a set piece of English and a set context. They didn't like that, only some students. They wanted more feedback, which of course we then provided. But at the first time of doing this, they wanted to have more feedback on their performance. So we used tests a lot more for that, peer feedback as well, obviously. They wanted more guidance, so some more videos were created to show how to do this because they didn't quite know how to use it in the beginning. Examples was probably the biggest thing that students wanted. Well, it's okay to ask them to do this, but if they can't do it, what do you do? Just say, okay, see you next week. You certainly need to then say, okay, here are some ways you could make those sentences, and then let them practice those. So that's very important as well. So I hope if you do decide to go into silence, which I'm doing at the moment, as a avenue of research for engagement, it's a fascinating area. It really is, because there's so much that goes on in the mind of students, particularly with the change of dynamics with technology. What are they thinking? What are they doing? How much are they trying, or how much are they investing? Or are they just trying to sleep? We don't know what's going on in that silent period. So I hope some of you undergraduates there who are the future of this field decide to look at things like this and find ways to investigate this in the future. So that's an overview of what I've done in the last 10 years or so. I will share this PowerPoint, and I didn't share those papers to show what I've done. I wanted to show the variety of areas that engagement can be spread out across. It's a huge field and connects very practically to the industry, to English language teaching. So I hope some of these areas have inspired someone here today to go and write the next great paper that I'm going to cite myself. So please do. And I'd like to now move on to something I've added for today, specifically for the undergrads, which is how do we start a project? We've been given all these ideas, and some of you have probably created excellent research projects, but everybody's tried to create a research project and had big problems before, myself included, of course. It's not strange for that to happen. So for my undergrads, I've always come up with this idea of a lighthouse to try to make things very, very clear how to be successful. So why a lighthouse? You're probably looking at me like that doesn't make much sense. That's nothing like a research project. Actually, a lighthouse is exactly like a research project. Lighthouses only function when they have a strong base, the bottom, walls to support it, stairs to take you to the top, and a strong light to guide people at the top. So these are actually exactly like research projects that we put together. If even one of those things is missing, the lighthouse won't work. And your research projects are exactly the same. You need to have all these elements. So I'm going to take an example lighthouse. I found a beautiful example online. I've never been here, but this is off, perhaps Leslie knows of it. It's off the coast of North Carolina, and there's a beautiful peninsula there, a great range of lighthouses, and I've decided to choose the tallest one in the US, which is Cape Hatteras Lighthouse. It's very old as well. So I'm going to use images from that just to try and make this a little bit more interesting with some nice visuals as well. So if we look at the lighthouse, it's got a base. And the base is our research question. That's the most important thing when we start out to create research, whether it's about engagement or anything else. The walls. The walls are going to be our supporting research, things we find online or in libraries that confirm we're on the right track. The stairs. This is your new data. What data are you going to contribute to the community? And the light at the top. And the light is your expected conclusions. I say expected because we don't know yet. What are we going to tell the world? What are we going to tell the English language teaching community with our project? So we start at the base, and you have to make a research question. This is where we all start. I'm going to use some very, very simple examples just to help you understand the process. And then if you watch this PowerPoint later, if you do get the PowerPoint, please look through it again with your own research project ideas. So what topic interests you? What problem can you see? Who will your research help, and why will it help them? So my own example, a very simple one, is English discussions in Japanese university classes is the topic. The problem is the silence. Even though now I've discussed, of course, positive things about silence, I'm going to address it as a negative thing in this paper. Who it affects, the students in Japan trying to learn spoken English. And why? Why is it going to help them? So they can improve more if they practice speaking. So from these, we need to come up with a research question. My undergrads, I'm not sure about everyone there today. This has always taken a very long time. If it's the first time to come up with a research question, especially so, even if it's your 100th time to come up with a research question, it's still very, very difficult. And it won't work the first time. I've never made a research question the first time that I haven't changed later. But here's a first try. And I'm going to stick that at the base there. Why don't Japanese students talk much in English discussions? So it's a good start. It's not bad. Okay. Now we're going to move on to the walls, which is the supporting research. So when you've made a research question, it could be about engagement or it could be about something else. We need to look and see, is this in the right area to be supported? Am I going to be able to, find references and citations to support that? You need to find at least 2 or 3 resources about your topic and 2 or 3 resources about your problem. If you can't find those, you might have big problems. So it's a good idea to look early. My example was discussions in Japan and silence. So an easy way to check this quickly is to go to Google Scholar. Google Scholar is very, very useful, very, very easy way to just have a look what's out there. What are people talking about? You can also say, since 2023, since 2020, just to get an idea of what's going on in the world. What are people talking about right now? What's relevant? What's interesting? And what am I going to connect to? So I found things here. It's very small, sorry. Promoting Japanese university student participation. Okay, that's close. Silence in Japanese classrooms. Okay, I found something there. Behind Japanese students' silence in English classrooms. So great, I'm finding a lot of things there that connect to my topic, and my research idea and my problem. So okay, I can move forward. So my base is okay, my walls are okay. Now I'm going to make my stairs. Now the stairs is your contribution. You cannot just report on what other people have done. Of course, we need to collect data or combine data or look at everything to make our own kind of special contribution. It can be a very small contribution, but you have to make some kind of contribution to the industry. If you're lucky enough, you can make a survey, an interview, an observation scheme, something like this for all the participants. If you can't do that, that's fine. Please find some other ways. But I'm going to give you an example of a survey today. So my topic is discussions. The problem is, again, students being silent. And let's say I've got 30 students in a classroom to look at. So I'll make a survey, 5 questions. Again, this is just a first try. It's not going to be good. So you'll just start out and I'll ask questions like this. Do you enjoy learning English? Do you enjoy classroom discussions? Do you want to improve? What things stop you speaking? What is your future goal for English? So lots of my students make surveys like this the first time. And then I need to go on to the light, step 4, to guess the conclusions. You just have to imagine the results and list the expected conclusions from those results. So there's that survey I just showed you. Now, okay, question 1, do you enjoy learning English? I think 10 students will say yes. I think 20 will say no. I think 10 will say yes, 20 no for question 2. So question 1, 2, and 3, they're not looking so great. A little bit not interesting, perhaps, as results. But this is fine. This is why we build a lighthouse. These are problems we can already see. So you just guess them, and from the conclusions, I'll say, okay, students are telling me that they enjoy English, they want to improve, but they feel stress and things like that. Now, I'm going to come back to that. So you've quickly built a lighthouse. Now, the most important part, we need to walk through the lighthouse to test it. So let's go back to the base. Do they talk much in discussions? Now, does that research question connect to the research walls? The research that's online. Okay, I can see some things that are missing here. I didn't write university. I didn't write in the classroom. I didn't write about silence. I didn't write about factors. So I found some important keywords there that I need to update. So not really. Let's try again. Here's a better version. What are the main reasons that students in Japanese universities stay silent during classroom discussions? So I've added stuff there. So you can see you have to check again about the connections between your walls and your base. And yeah, that's fine. So I can move on now. Now the stairs. Are the stairs connected to this? That was the survey. So I want to know, what are the main reasons students in universities in Japan stay silent during discussions? And if I look again at my survey before I start my project, I can see I've got lots of problems there. Actually, I would say the first 3 questions don't really help at all. And it's very important to do this as a student before you start. So actually, question 4 was the only one that really seems to help. So I'm going to expand that question. It doesn't matter what you do here, just as long as you make sure your yellow research question connects to your survey, because those are the things you need to address, right? So let's move on. Let's go to the light. Expected conclusions, things I expected to find. Again, it's not really connecting. So I'd write it again, and I would connect it more like this. Okay, this is more about those main reasons. So now we have that clear connection of things. So I've made a nice lighthouse there. And if you're going to make your own lighthouse, Think about the base. Does it connect to everything? Your walls, does it connect to everything? The stairs, does it connect to everything? And your light, does that connect to everything? If it's no, rebuild your lighthouse. If it's yes, run a pilot. Try it. Find a small group of people or even just a person and try your survey or try your observation scheme. Does it work? No. Rebuild it again. Yes. Congratulations, you can start your project. And it's very important you go through all of these steps before you start a research project on engagement or anything, or you will have big problems later on. You'll have a lot of stress and you'll have a lot of restarting. All the references are at the end, and some of my more recent research, I will share this PowerPoint, of course, so please take a look at those. There's a lot of really good reference lists within those as well that you can take a look at. So that's it. I'm not sure how I've done for time. I've been talking a long time, maybe a little bit too long. And I hope you enjoyed that. And I hope it's given you some ideas about what you may want to research yourselves. And I'd like to take any questions that anybody has today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Robert. That was really helpful. So, yeah, I think we still have like 3 minutes for questions. So, does someone would like to ask question, or let's see on the chat box. Oh, from Dr. Leslie Bohan, still awake for the conference. Bravo. Thank you for the very informative presentation. Yeah, cannot agree more. I also enjoy it, and I'm so excited now to explore on topics that we can do for next research. Let's see. Do you have question?
Thank you, Leslie, for the kind comments, and thank you for your presentation.
So, what's interesting is actually because we're Indonesian, like we're Asian, just like Japanese people. So I share what you feel about teaching silent student. But today I learned that yes, silent is not not always bad, right? Because the thinking process happens in silence, and sometimes learning doesn't always happen socially, but sometimes it happens individually. So thank you so much for the insights. Online participants or presenters, you are welcome also to ask your question directly. We still have some time to question and answer session, or you can also write your question on the chat box. And audience in the hall who are starting out the research project, do you have any question? Oh, we have question from Dr. Bohan.
Thank you,
Dr.
Leslie.
Stroud, do you teach direct and indirect communicative styles? Yeah.
Do you teach direct or indirect communication styles? It's a really good question, and especially when you talk about students that have either a low level or perhaps a shy or communication problems themselves. In Japan, I think the goal is to teach direct communication style. I think if they don't learn to really directly communicate as an end result, one of the big problems for Japanese students is when they travel, the reality of communication hits them very, very hard. I think the goal of a lot of people where I teach should be to, as I show, kind of help them plan and have some opportunities to have indirect communication to alleviate a lot of that anxiety. I think there's just a huge gap between English language teaching in classrooms and reality. So I generally prefer to go much more towards direct task-based language teaching approaches where it's just, here's a topic, discuss it. Don't worry about any grammar. Don't worry about anything. That's the reality when you talk to people in other countries, right? But it's a really good question. Thanks.
Thank you for the question and the answer. And the next question is from the online presenters. Was there a huge change in teaching for you when you moved to Japan as compared to your home country?
Yes, is a good answer, a simple answer. I think in Japan, a very important part of being an English language teacher and researcher, and I bet exactly the same in Indonesia, is you have to learn a lot about the culture. You cannot just bring your own beliefs about teaching into a classroom in a different country without respecting and adapting to what students believe about communication. And Japanese students, if you attend meetings, even in the university level, not as a teacher, but as a part of a faculty, it's quite all right to sit in a meeting with zero eye contact and say absolutely nothing for 4 hours. A lot of international teachers, such as myself, find that very strange at first. So definitely you have to adapt wherever you go. I think, yeah, you have to really change the way you think about your students to make them engaged. Thank you. Good, great question. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess that will conclude the session with Dr. Robert Stroud. Once again, please give applause, everyone. Thank you very much for speaking at the conference, and hopefully we can see you soon. Perhaps you have a planning to travel to Indonesia. We would love to
I would love
welcome
to.
you.
I'm definitely
Yeah.
going to look. I would love to come. Yeah, I'll definitely look at conferences around, and yeah, I hope so. And thank you
Yeah,
so much.
thank you very much.
Good luck to everybody with their presentations and the rest of the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You're welcome to stay, but it's almost lunchtime, right? So yeah. Right. Have a good day. Bye bye, Robert. Thank you. So that will conclude the first plenary session, but we will proceed with the second plenary session, which will be moderated by the one and only Miss Dena Ustiana. So I'm going to read her bio for you, everyone. You know her already. You're here, right? Miss Dena Ustiana is currently working as a lecturer assistant at English education at the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, UNISCA, for the last 1 year. And she is also having some online classes and private classes, and her interest is on English education, and that leads her into some activities and professional development in improving her teaching. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Dena Ustiana. Are you ready? Okay.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. It's really nice to see your happy and interest faces this morning. Okay. So we will continue for the next plenary session. So we are going to have our third speaker, and he is Dr. Ardian Wahyu Setiawan. He is from English Department, State Polytechnic of Malang. So today, Mr. Ardian Setiawan will explain us his topic that is related to the student autonomy and artificial intelligence, implication for language teaching and learning. So at this moment, I would like to read a short biography of Mr. Ardian Wahyu Setiawan. So he is also a professional language editor at prosemantic.com. And Mr. Ardian has been a speaker for various workshops on scientific writing and development of student skill at many higher education institutions, both in Indonesia and in other countries. He has presented in international conference as an invited speaker. He obtained his master educational from Monash University, Melbourne, and Doctor of Education from the University of Adelaide, South Australia. And lastly, Mr. Ardian's research interests are English for specific purposes, English for academic purposes, corpus linguistic and lexicography, professional identity, and technology-mediated language learning. Okay, so everybody, please join me welcoming Dr. Ardian Setiawan. Give applause for him.
Thank you so much, Ibu, and thank you for the very nice introduction. It's an honor for me to be part of this conference, and even though I cannot see students there, I can only see you, but I see that we have like 40 something online, and also perhaps how many students do we have here in the room? Oh, it's
In a room, approximately around, sorry, ma'am, 70
50,
students
70.
here
Oh,
today,
that's
doctor.
that's
Yep.
a quite large
So the camera
group of
is moving,
students.
so you can see the
Hi,
audiences
everybody.
today. Hello,
I really
sir.
hope to visit you in person, but fortunately, because of the distance and also time limitation today, I will not be able to come to Kediri. But next time, I promise you that I will come and visit your campus and just say hi, and we can have a discussion over coffee. So let me share my screen for today's session. Okay. Now, all right. Let me set this up. Right, can you see my screen? Is it clear from your
Yeah, it's
side?
clear.
It's
It's
clear.
clear.
Good. So I will start my session today, my talk today with single questions. Are you an autonomous learner? Do you think you are an autonomous learner? What do you think? So you can, for those online, you can raise your hand if you think you are an autonomous learner. If you are in that room with green color, nice things there, you can raise your hand so that I can see you from here. Do you think you are an autonomous learner? I will raise my hand.
Raise your hand, everyone,
I
if
will
you
raise
are
my
an
hand. Do you think
autonomous
no?
learner.
Okay.
Not
I would claim
really.
that I am an autonomous learner. Why? Because my school days are over. So I completed my study, and I don't think that I have formal teachers today. So everybody is my teacher today. Today, you are still having you're still studying at a university. That means you are still having your teachers with you, and that's good. But at the end of the day, when you finish and you graduate from the university, you have to become an independent learner, an autonomous learner. And this is the main topic for today. Why? Because knowledge is power. So that's a very important line for today. Today, I would like to address these three key points. First is student autonomy. Okay, we are going to define what student autonomy is, and then autonomous learning, a type of learning that everyone, I think, students today should have and should perform, and AI, especially in the age of AI and today's, we have AI technologies, we have many applications readily available online. We can reach those applications and use the applications at our campus and also at home. So this is actually great potentials for us as learners. Okay. Now, prior to discussing those three concepts, I would like to touch upon some key concepts and some points that we need to be aware of. The first is ELT as an evolving field. I think everybody is aware of this, that our world is changing, including our field, English language teaching. If you are now learning at a university, you have to understand that your landscape, your university, the curriculum is evolving, is a dynamic, okay, impacted by various factors, not only culture, not only socio-cultural values, but also dominantly technology. Okay, classroom that you have today is limited by time and space. Okay, the classroom that I had a couple of years ago was obviously different from the classroom that you have today. The learning experience that you have today might be different from the learning experience that future students have in the future. So we need to understand it. We need to see our world, our ELT field as an evolving field, and everything is changing all the time. And classroom learning is limited by time and space. And therefore, this demands teachers and learners to change and adapt. Demand us as learners to have the ability to always change and adapt to environment and also these expectations. Okay, so technology is obviously a dominant factor in today's life, especially in ELT. AI technologies have shaped teaching and learning. I think we are here today. We are having this session through Zoom, right? So I don't think we had Zoom a couple, like 5 or 10 years ago. During my uni time in 1997, we didn't have Zoom. We didn't have MP3, we only have tapes, and we have old technologies. But it's amazing that today we have so many digital technologies, and we can use those digital technologies for teaching and learning, including this Zoom session that we have today. So AI technologies are a significant factor that shape teaching and learning, and also the way we learn today. It affects the curriculum, it affects the material designs, affecting teaching and learning instructions, and of course, this leads to student autonomy and demands student autonomy in learning. Okay, that's the question. The first question that I asked you actually leads to this: whether you are an autonomous learning, whether you can learn independently. Okay. Why this is important? Why we should have learning autonomy? Why autonomous learning? Why our learning should be autonomous? Why should be independent? Because traditionally students rely heavily on teachers. Is it true? Students, is this true? What do you think? Is it true that students rely heavily on learning? Do you learn at home? No? Yes? What do you think?
Not really, doctor.
Not really.
Yes.
How many of you are aware that, okay, I need to learn this and I will plan my learning and I will, learn something at home, maybe in my kos-kosan in boarding house. What do you think, guys? Do you do that at home? Or do you rely heavily on your teachers? I only learn in the classroom. I only learn in the classroom with my teachers. Without my teachers.
One of them. Oh,
Yes,
sorry, sir.
yes,
One of them said they are only learning in the classroom, they said.
Okay. Okay. I think most students do that. So in the past, I also did that, I think. But today, because I don't have schools anymore, I don't have teachers, so I have to see everybody as my teachers, and I have to rely on myself on designing on the materials that I have to learn. And I think I have to share this with students so that they have this understanding of autonomous learning and they can become autonomous learners. So learners today are often reluctant to take charge of their own learning. Okay, this is based on research. On the other hand, today we have so many technologies, AI-based apps and tools that provide access, provide us with a wealth of resources, okay, that adapt to, we can use that for our individual needs and learning styles. And therefore, through this session today, I would like to raise the awareness and invite you to shift from dependent learners to independent learners, okay, from those having student autonomy and autonomous learning. That is the aim of today's session. So what is student autonomy? Student autonomy is the ability of students to take charge of your own learning, students' own learning, making choices and decisions about what they learn and how they learn it. So I both that part, student autonomy and take charge. So you are responsible for your own learning. Your learning is not decided by your teachers. How much you learn, how you learn, and what you get from learning is not decided by your teachers. You decide, you take the ownership. It's your part to decide and to choose what to learn and when to learn and how to learn. This has been widely acknowledged as a necessary capability of language learners and a prominent goal for successful language teaching and learning in the future. Very interesting. Even the government has realized this and they designed curriculum Merdeka. So they design curriculum Merdeka in order to make you Merdeka, independent, so that you have the ability to learn autonomously without teachers. So everybody is your teachers here. Now, autonomous learning, on the other hand, okay, this is student autonomy. Autonomous learning is a type of learning. It's a self-directed learning approach. So learning is coming from your side. You design the learning. Self-directed, where learners take control of their own learning journey, setting the goals, choosing your own methods, and monitoring their own progress. So we will discuss later on. We will discuss and define the characteristics of autonomous learning, and I'm going to help you perform a self-assessment. You have to evaluate yourself whether you have autonomous learning, whether you are an autonomous or independent learners. Okay. Now, why we need to have autonomous learning? Because first,
Autonomous learning will empower your self-directed growth. At the end of the day, when you finish your school days, when you graduate from university, then you have to be responsible of yourself. Okay, while the world is changing, the classroom is changing, this change demands you to have self-direction, to have self-directed growth. And this kind of learning provides you with the power of self-directed growth. The next is increased engagement. When you decide your own learning, then you will have increased engagement because you make your own decisions in learning. And of course, then this leads to the next point, that is developing critical thinking and problem solving. Why? Because when you design your own learning, you have to think, critically think and choose which materials or which knowledge is relevant to you guys. So critical thinking and of course, problem solving. You have to identify problems. You have to then select and choose materials to solve those problems. By solving problems, then you have the point 4, improve self-esteem. This has been proven in many psychological research that self-esteem is built upon individuals' ability to solve various problems. So if you solve many problems, you will have good self-esteem. If you want to be self-confident, it's coming from the experiences of solving problems. If you solve many problems, you will have good self-confidence, right? The next is flexibility. Personalized learning. If today's we have a very interesting topic, and that is in research, then that is a differentiated learning, in which teachers have to design differentiated learning for students. I think it will be easier if the students design the learning themselves. So differentiated learning coming from students, not from the teacher, because you have student-centered learning. So the personalized learning, the differentiated learning should come from the students, not from the teachers. Okay, you can imagine how difficult the life of the teachers if they have to design differentiated learning for each student. Yeah. Okay. Now, these are the characteristics of autonomous learning. Now, I would like to invite students to assess themselves, assess your learning based on these characteristics. Okay, you can raise your hand if you think that you fulfill these characteristics. 1, your goal of learning is self-directed. Yes? No? How many of you have your own goal in learning? So you choose your own goal in learning. No, I think I just follow the courses provided by the uni, right? So I think I just follow the courses. I just follow the course. I just attend the class. I just take the courses, but I don't decide the objectives of the learning. I don't decide the goals. So first characteristics of autonomous learning is self-directed. So you know the goals of learning. I want to learn this and that. I want to improve my pronunciation, and therefore, based on this awareness, I'm going to choose this. So it's self-directed. Independent learners have self-directed goals. Okay, next, do you plan and execute your plan? If you don't do the first point, then most likely you don't do the second point here. You plan and execute your plan. So autonomous learning is characterized by learners who make decisions about what to learn, how to learn, and when to learn. So I teach this to my children at home. So I teach this to my students in my campus, in my department, that they should have self-directed goals. They have to be able to identify what they need in learning, and they have to be able to create plans and execute the plan to perform autonomous learning. And the third point, I think this is very important, is make reflection and evaluation. Okay, students should be able to make reflection and evaluation. They should be able to see themselves, to see the stages of their learning, and also evaluate the progress of their learning. So reflection and evaluation. And the fourth is learning strategies. Students should be able to choose the learning strategies appropriate, and they must understand the learning processes and apply a range of learning strategies. Now, how many of you online and offline there, you understand your learning strategies? For improving pronunciation, for example, I'm going to use YouTube or perhaps podcasts. Or maybe I want to add, I want to get knowledge on personal branding, perhaps, and then I have to visit, maybe I can visit a YouTube and then learn something from there. Okay, that's part of learning strategies. Okay, and the last is metacognitive awareness. Metacognitive means thinking about your thinking, thinking about your learning. So autonomous learning is characterized by the ability of students to think about their learning. So if you can think about your learning and evaluate your learning, that means you are having at least one of these characteristics, metacognitive awareness. Okay, later on I will use these features, these characteristics, to help you design what sort of learning that you can have independently. Okay, now let's visit some fundamental considerations. Okay, we are going to discuss some theories and some concepts relevant to the concepts of autonomous learning, autonomous learners, and obviously this would lead to how we can use AI to help us become independent learners. Okay, the first is a theory of constructivist theory, which holds that autonomy is not inborn. What do you think, guys? Is autonomy inborn? Innate? Is it within you, or we can acquire this by natural means or in a systematic way? For example, like in a classroom, can we as teachers instill and help our students, to become independent learners? Is it inborn? Apakah ini dari lahir di bawah gitu ya? Is it inborn? That's something that you bring with you from birth, or is something that you can develop by a natural means or in a systematic way? It's not inborn, obviously. From constructivist theory holds that autonomy is obviously not inborn, but we can develop this and we can acquire this by a natural means or in a systematic way, for example, like in the classroom. Okay, so Holek in 1981, I know this is quite old, but the idea is very useful for us to understand the objectives for language learners. According to Holek, language learning serves two functions. First is to help learners achieve linguistic and communicative goal so that students become competent in language. And the second is to help them become autonomous. This is very interesting, the second part, to help them become autonomous, independent learners, even so that they can, improve their language competence even after they complete the program. Right. Okay. Now let's visit the next part. If this is coming from psychology, constructivist theory, and this one is coming from psychology. So what does psychology say about self-autonomy? According to Daisies, autonomy is one of the basic three needs to achieve a sense of self-fulfillment. So if in learning you want to get this sense of fulfillment, you need to have learning autonomy, and the other two are competence and relatedness. In order to be self-fulfilled, then you need to have autonomy, competence, and relatedness. You are competent, you have relatedness to the world around you, and you have the autonomy, then you have this self-fulfillment, feeling of self-fulfillment. Okay. Based on this view, learners who are autonomous will be fulfilled and thus motivated. So motivation is coming from these three concepts, these three aspects: self-fulfillment, autonomy, competence, and relatedness. Okay. Now, more from psychology, autonomy is seen as a capacity. Okay, as the ability for detachment. If today you are attached to your teachers, you are attached to classroom learning, you are attached to prescribed design, okay, courses designed by your study program, designed by your university. Perhaps in the future, you have to shift that, and you can become independent learner where you detach from those design curriculum, prescribed curriculum, and then you design your own curriculum, design your own learning and materials. Okay, critical reflection, decision making, and independent action. Okay, let's move to the next part to visit the constructivist learning theories. Now, why should we have autonomous learning, guys? Why should we become an independent learner? Who knows our knowledge best? Siapa sih yang paling tahu pengetahuan kita yang kita miliki saat ini, guys? Who knows best? Is it us? Is it you, students, or your teachers, or your parents? If you do self-assessment, okay, the one who knows your knowledge stage of learning is actually yourself. So I know this and that, I don't know this and that, I need to learn this and that, I need to study this and that. It's coming from yourself. And if we use this as this understanding as a basis for that idea, then we construct knowledge by bringing what we already know into interaction with new information, ideas, and experiences. This new information, ideas, and experiences, it should be selected based on our understanding of our condition, right? Our knowledge here. So this is the basis for autonomous learning here. An important part of autonomous learning is students should be self-conscious in learning. Are you? Are you self-conscious in learning? And then autonomous learning should provide a space for reflection and metacognition. So you should be able to reflect on your learning, evaluate your learning, and then thinking about how you learn, thinking about the way you think, guys. So metacognition is simply thinking about one's thinking. This is an awareness of one's thoughts, processes, and understanding of the patterns, reasons behind them. Okay. I would like to ask students online here, maybe you would like to type something on the chat feature. Do you learn something outside your campus, outside the curriculum that is brought to you by the campus or the program, guys? Let me check here. You can write, you can type on the chat feature, or if the offline student would like to say something, you're welcome. Okay. Do you learn something? Do you learn subjects, outside the program? Like, for example, cooking, or I don't know, like computer, anything?
Is there anyone here learning?
Yeah, anyone from
except English, cooking?
Yeah, cooking, other things than English.
Sewing, perhaps sewing or marketing. It's okay
Singing.
if you have a business.
Singing or anything.
Is there anyone? What do you study? Oh, playing a guitar. There is one student that's interested in music here.
Okay, good. All right. I think that's very relevant, Ibu.
What? Sorry? Oh, there's also another student that interested on mixing audio, sir.
Oh, mixing audios. Oh, you can work together,
Yeah.
and you play guitar and the other one mixing the audio.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Nice
so
collaboration. That's
nice
true.
collaboration. If I may, can I give you just one or two questions?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, how do you choose? How do you design your learning? How
Who wants
do
to
you
answer?
design your learning? Do you have a specific plan, specific objectives, or a specific song that you would like to learn? The chord and
Who wants to
other
answer?
things. Very interesting. Yeah.
Okay, hello, sir. My
Hello.
name is Nico.
Okay, Nico.
And can you repeat your question?
Okay, Nico. Nico, you said that you are learning guitar, right? So this is a very
No,
interesting.
I'm-
no.
I'm-
mixing.
I'm learning audio mixing.
Oh, audio mixing. Okay, good. Very good. Why do you think audio mixing is important?
Because mostly people don't understand how to set the a good audio or maybe good sound, and like my favorite is kinda watching like a concert or maybe
I see.
something like that, and therefore I began to try to learn the specific purpose of using each part and maybe about the systems and so on.
Good.
And sometimes if the audio through mixers
Yes.
Sometimes it can be good and it can be bad, and therefore I need to learn each part of it. And the goal is only like, oh, so if someday I
Yes.
find something the same, so I can fix it by myself. That's it.
Good. So in the
And
future, you are going to be
another
an
one,
international sound engineer. Yes.
yes,
Yeah. Good.
maybe.
Good.
Thank you.
So
I think that's enough.
yeah, thank you so much,
Oh,
Nico. Very interesting. You learn English today in this program, but you are also interested in audio mixing, and I don't know, in the future you might, learn more about that, and then combine the two, and then you become an international sound engineer working for international music stars, perhaps. Yeah, Ibu. So, do you design your own learning, Nico? Just not yes or no?
do you design
Sorry.
your own learning?
Yes, I set my own
Okay.
learning also.
Okay.
And
So you set
at the
schedule.
first,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, at the first, I decide my goal first because there are a lot
Okay.
of aspects in the audio, right? Therefore, I need to set the first goal, and then I need to learn the step of maybe mastering its aspects. Like the first, maybe this is for the example. In audio, we have an equalizer,
Yes.
okay, and then uh, in the way I learn equalizer, the first I need to know about the goal of using equalizer in the audio, and therefore I need to understand the fundamental knowledge of the equalizer itself, and then after that, I need to find an audio that I can fix, or maybe that I can modify with the basic knowledge of it. And after knowing, after having practice with an audio or something, later I can know about the result. Maybe this is for the example. Another example about the practice. And in the voice like this one,
Yes.
sometimes there is a feedback in a particular frequency, such as 1050 hertz, kilohertz, and then sometimes these things
Yes.
can what's it distract our what's it our listening, our listening. Therefore, I need to reduce it, and
Okay.
that's going to be the practice that I do. Yeah,
Very
even though
interesting.
there is no teacher, but I can understand it myself well. And sometimes I go through the mixers. You know that we have a lot of kinds of mixers, and we have we have a lot of ways in doing that. And its aspect, its system, it's part of something I need to learn one by one on the spot.
Okay.
Yeah, at
All
least
right.
knowing the basic and the goal will be the best way.
Okay, good. Thank you so much, Nico. That's
Thank you.
very interesting talk. Now, anyway, this is what happens when we invite students to talk about something that they like most. Thank you so much, Nico. And anyway, what Nico has to share, I think reflects what autonomous learning is. So Nico decide what is going to learn and design the learning, and choose the materials, choose the problems that he's going to solve, and then he's got he collected knowledge from that, knowledge and skills from that, and then he is aware of the next steps that he has to take in order to expand and extend the learning here, and expand the process. And I hope Nico, I hope you can apply this to your learning in English in your department, so that you can not only you'll be able not only to talk about audio and sound engineering, but you'll be competent in sharing and talking about various things in education, Nico. So I think that's a good approach. So see subjects as you see audio mixing, Nico. So you can imagine, for example, like if you got this semester, you take, for example, research methodology, right? Your interest in research methodology should be as big as your interest in audio mixing. If you can do that, I think nothing can stop you, Nico. Right? So if you see, if you get courses this semester, you should see those courses as how you see audio mixing. Okay. Thank you so much, Nico, for sharing. Right. Now let's get to the next point, and this is the models from Noonan, Noonan's models of autonomy. And according to Noonan, learning autonomy should consist of the following elements. One, the awareness. I know Nico is very aware what he has to learn, right? Audio mixing and what kind of elements, sound engineering, the problems that he has to solve, the hertz and the feedback. He told us just a couple of seconds ago. So awareness is very important here. Being aware of the goals, the materials, the learning styles, and the strategies that you use. And then, of course, involvement. You have to get involved in your own learning. Intervention from help from others might be also useful. And then creation and transcendence. I think the last one is very important. Transcendence means making links between the content of the learning and the world. Why audio mixing is very interesting for Nico? I think because audio mixing is relevant to the world, to his world. Betul nggak, Nico? Because audio mixing is relevant to him. Okay. Why cooking is very interesting for some students? Because cooking is very relevant to their world. Why, for example, why motorcycle is very interesting for me? Because motorcycle is very interesting. It's very relevant in my case, right? So awareness, involvement, intervention, creation, and transcendence. Now, the question is how to develop students' autonomy. I know this is individual. I know this is personal, but we can discuss this through a more general perspective. Autonomy is fostered through experiences in educational institutions, and that means teachers and institutions, we can provide a learning environment which help students become independent learner, where teachers playing a key role in supporting and enhancing student autonomy, positively influencing their self-directed learning capabilities. How can we do this? How to develop student autonomy? So I offer you some points. Okay, later on we will discuss 10 strategies that we can employ, that we can use in the classroom to help students. Okay, let's revisit the characteristics of autonomous learning. Autonomous learning is self-directed, it's planned and executed, it contains reflection evaluations, and students in autonomous learning must have learning strategies, and students must have metacognitive awareness. Okay, let's get to the next point. Now,
I'm so sorry,
Yes,
Mr.
Ibu.
Ardian. Your time is 5 minutes left for the
Okay,
presentation. I'm so sorry.
I'm flying fast. Okay, so
Okay,
why
thank
AI?
you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Ibu, for the reminder. Why AI? Because today we have so many technologies and students have access to wealth of resources. And I will not ask you these questions, these two questions. I will go directly to this. Okay, if you use AI, I believe some of you, perhaps most of you, have used AI technologies, right? Today, yes, I think so. The question is the use self-directed? Apakah penggunaan AI itu self-directed, gitu ya? Is it well planned and executed? Does the use involve reflection and evaluation? If you use AI, do you perform reflection or do you evaluate the use of AI? Okay, do you use learning strategies in the use of AI? And do you have awareness of the reasons and patterns underlying the use of AI? These are the questions that you need to ask yourself. Okay. For AI, this is a good website that you can visit, guys. Nama websitenya itu there is an AI for that. And then you can just type, you will find many AI technologies and many AI apps on this website. And then these are the trend strategies that teachers can use, that teachers can implement in the classroom. First, teachers can encourage learners to take responsibility. So instead of giving responsibility to teachers, you can give the responsibility to the learners to decide the learning themselves. And then two, teachers can provide opportunities for choices, okay? And three, foster a growth mindset. Okay, and use technology to facilitate learning in the classroom. Encourage reflection and self-evaluations on students. And then, of course, teachers must provide feedback and support to students. Next will be to encourage collaborations among students and also between students and teachers. And as Nico has just shown us, we can use real world examples in learning so that we can encourage learners to ask questions and provide opportunities for self-assessment. These 10 strategies are the strategies that we can apply in the classroom to help our learners become independent learners, autonomous learner. Now, this is a model that you can use, guys, especially for students. A proposed model for autonomous learning. First, set goals of learning. So you decide your learning objectives. Okay, these are the five steps that you have to do in order to have autonomous learning. First, you have to set the objectives, set the goals, and then second is plan the learning. So Nico, you have to set the goals, right? And then you have to create plans within a month what I should learn, within a year what you should learn, within one semester what you should learn, and how you should learn the method and also the learning strategies. And then you execute that, you perform learning, you do learning, and then you evaluate that. And then you develop the next learning. So speed, set goals, plan, execute, evaluate, and develop. For example, if you want to improve your pronunciation, set the goals, improving pronunciation. You plan how many times you will do practices, like every day for 30 minutes, using pronounce strategies, for example, pronunciation practice, execute, meet, and monitor the schedule. You can use AI, and then you evaluate the progress and achievement. You can get AI to give you feedback. That's what I'm doing lately. And then you can develop how to improve the accuracy. Okay, you plan your next learning. So set goals, plan, execute, evaluate, develop. Always apply these 5 things in your own learning, then you will become an independent learner. I'll give you another example. Like, for example, in sample 2, if you want to improve your writing skill, especially argumentative writing skill, set the goal, write that down. Improving argumentative writing skill, for example, and then plan it every day. How long will you learn? Like 60 minutes? What kind of tools are you going to use? Are you using Jenny or ChatGPT or any other technologies? And then execute it, meet and monitor the schedule, do that, and evaluate it. How you use Jenny, how you use ChatGPT for evaluations, and then develop the learning, how to improve more advanced skills. So set goals, plan, execute, evaluate, develop. You can write it down and create your plan for learning. All right. So anyway, in relation to the use of AI in today's discourse, especially for your own learning, you have to pay attention to the following ethical AI principles. You have to think critically and use AI as a tool, not a replacement of your own thinking. Remember that. You have to analyze bias in AI and check the accuracy. Okay. Be transparent. Mention that how you are using AI and the results, of course. And understand what is considered cheating in your program, and respect the privacy and consent, and be ethical digital citizens. As I think I only have 1 minute, so I'm going to close this with this line. We need to shift the agency to learners. Okay. Everyone, students here, both offline and online, you need to understand that learning is privilege. Learning is privilege and knowledge is power. So learning is a personal journey. Okay, learning is not your teacher's journey. Learning is not your parents' journey. Learning is your own. It's your power. So you have to take the ownership. You have to take the agency. You have to take the ownership and empower yourself by being an autonomous learner. If you can design your own learning, nobody can stop you guys. So you decide, create your own path. Ciptakan jalan kita sendiri itu untuk belajar. Kalau kita bisa belajar secara mandiri, tidak akan ada yang bisa menghentikan kita. Nothing can stop us now. So that is, I think, that point concludes my session for this morning session. We should shift the agency to learners. Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you so much. I'm giving this session over to you, Ibu.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Ardian. Give applause to Mr. Ardian, everybody. What an incredible topic, sir. So the conclusion of the material is because we are an autonomous learner, so our knowledge is basically our power, everyone. Okay. So today, because due to the time limit, is there a question? One question is possible for his session. Yeah, come here, come forward, please.
My name is Sarbanantonani. I want to ask in autonomous learning. Because right now I'm studying English language. I want to ask about what the relation between autonomous learning and English language learning. Can autonomous learning provide improvement in English language learning? And please give the example, please. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the question for today,
Yeah,
Mr.
very
Ardian.
interesting question. Yeah, very interesting questions. I think this is also relevant to all students there, all participants, both online and offline, whether autonomous learning can help you, okay, students, in English language learning, right? So I know everybody. You are now in a program, in a formal program, in a study program, and you receive courses, you receive learning subjects from your study program, right? Okay, and I understand that just like me, my case in the past, okay, I need to improve myself in English language, and especially in English language learning. Some people there outside, they don't take this formal program. Okay, some students outside, they don't have access to a formal English language program, but they still have good competence in this language. Why? That's the question, right? Why people who don't have this access to English language program or English language teaching program, they have good competence in this language and they can teach and they have this good pedagogical ability. While we are here in this program, we take the courses, but I think our ability, our competence, we need to improve that to a higher scale, right? Why? Because autonomous learning matters there. The question that whether autonomous learning can help us in English, especially in English language learning, yes, obviously, if you can apply autonomous learning, if you can perform autonomous learning and become autonomous learners, then you can obviously improve your skills, your competence, both language competence and also pedagogical competence to any level that you want, guys. So you can access information, you can access tools, you can access instruments, you can access all materials, and then you can learn it yourself. You can improve your language competence, you can improve your pedagogical skills, you can become a super teacher, anything that you want if you perform autonomous learning. I think that's the answer. So rather than becoming independent upon your teacher's decisions, okay, daripada bergantung ke materinya bapak ibu dosen gitu ya, lebih baik kayaknya I'm becoming autonomous learner. So I choose my own materials and I decide what I'm going to learn, the materials, the way I learn, and what I become. Okay, so this will make you, having autonomy dan membuat kita menjadi super pembelajaran super gitu ya. So you can become whatever you want, guys. I think that's the answer, Ibu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ardian, for answering the question. And it was a very wonderful answer and meaningful insights for all of us. Thank you so much. Okay. So thank you for your presentation today, Mr. Ardian.
So thank you so much for the time, and also thank you so much everybody for having me today. I'll send back the session to you. Thank you so much. I close this. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, give applause for Mr. Ardian. Okay, next, for our fourth speaker today, she is Miss Yuniardwi Ansari Siregar. She is from Edith Cowan University, Australia. So, for today, Miss Junior is going to present the topic about Indonesian TESOL returnee lecturers, an ecological and transdisciplinary identity study. So I will trying to read a short biography of Miss Junior. So Miss Junior has just finished her PhD study from Edith Cowan University, Australia, and she wishes to continue her research on the same topic and publish articles soon. She obtained her Master of Education from University of Leeds, United Kingdom, and Miss Junior's research interests are language teacher identity and transnational academic mobility. So, Miss Junior, congratulations for completing your PhD. We are very proud for your achievement. Hopefully, it can inspire all of us here. Okay,
Thank you very much.
Miss Junior, you may start your presentation.
All right. Okay. I actually got us. Okay, so you can all see the screen. This is not what I'm thinking about. I have a script, but I haven't printed it out yet. So how do I read the script and show the screen? I'm not really good with technology. I'm really sorry.
It's okay, Miss Junior.
If I share it like this,
Yep,
and the
we can see it
script is-
clearly.
Exactly. This is not okay. All right. So I will probably just talk without my script. Okay. So Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And all of the audiences, thank you very much for having me. My name is Yuniar. You can call me Uni. And I would like to present my PhD thesis, part of it. And the title will be Indonesian TESOL Returnee Lecturers and Ecological and Transdisciplinary Identity Study. So I've just finished my study just like a month ago. And this is actually the first time presenting after I finished my study. So I'm actually feel very, very nervous. But I'm also at the same time very excited to share what I have found so far. So academic returnees, what is that means? So academic returnees in my study means that someone or people who have studied overseas and then they return to Indonesia or as their home countries. And the identity in my study in general would means that how one position oneself, how one position others, and how others position them. Okay. If you just give me some minutes, I will try to actually open my script from my mobile phone. All right. Okay. So I would like to also tell you about the story how I finally studied what I was studying. The inspiration for this study came from my own experience as a returnee lecturer and from the literature that I have read. I received a scholarship from the government of Indonesia to study for a Master of Education in TESOL in the United Kingdom. I came back to Indonesia and I became a TESOL lecturer in 2 universities in East Java, Indonesia. During this time, I found myself continuously navigating between the identity I developed during my study abroad and the identity I needed to develop in the context of working in Indonesian university. It was a painful experience for me because before studying abroad, I spent almost all my life living and studying in Indonesia, but this did not automatically prepare me to adapt to the working context of Indonesian university. I was also always aware that I was sent abroad by the government, and I received the mandate not only to study, but also to build the nation. I felt patriotic, but I also felt like a failure because in the end, I still could not adapt and I resigned. My personal experience motivated me to do a PhD study. I wanted to deeply understand what had happened to me and if other Indonesian returnees also faced similar challenges. I thought I had all what it needed to start a PhD journey, a burning question that I wanted to solve. One of my master's degree lecturers once said that this is the essence of any research. Huge motivation did help me to survive my first PhD year. However, my motivation was soon tested when I faced the challenges that was brought by COVID-19 and the very complex concept of identity negotiation. COVID-19 made me change the data collection procedure to be digitally collected, and the complex concepts, theories, terminologies of identity negotiation made me adjust the conceptual underpinnings and the data analysis in my study. So when I was reading the literature, I found the research on English language teacher academic returnee identity was not easy to be found, especially in the research field of language teacher identity. So in this field, the blue one. I then widened my search to the research field of transnational academic mobility, which is the green one. And in this field, research about academic returnee has long been expanding. However, the research in this field rarely discusses the identity negotiation of academic returnees. In addition to these gaps, there appears to be a methodological gap in both of this research field, the language teacher identity research field and the transnational academic mobility research field. And the gap is that both of this research field had the agenda to focus more on the micro-analysis, incorporating an ecological perspective and a transdisciplinary approach, which is the yellow circle. The last gap that I found from the literature in this research field is on the educational and cultural features. In this case, Indonesian academic returnee, along with the Indonesian context and culture, such as Javanese culture. And these gaps about Indonesia rarely becomes the focus of the research. So based on the gaps in the literature, I chose to address these two research questions. The first one is that how do Indonesian TESOL academic returnee lecturers negotiate their identity in their workplace? And what are the underpinning ideologies informing the academic returnee lecturers' identity negotiation? Now, let's set up the context of this study. Let's talk about Indonesia and several things related with it which are relevant for this study. First is the globalization and neoliberal context of education. So in general, globalization is a version of global capitalism. It is an ideology that revolves around economics, society, and politics. Neoliberalism is fundamentally committed to ideals of personal freedom, which has been the fuel of many Western democracies. Neoliberalism normalizes what Foucault describes as homo economicus, that is, individuals become the entrepreneur of himself, being for himself his own capital, being for himself his own producer, being for himself the source of his earnings. Neoliberalism and globalization change the nature of work from industrial production to knowledge profession, hence the term knowledge economy. In knowledge economy, the quality of education in a country is very important so that the citizens can be highly educated and competent to compete in the knowledge economy. With the pressure of globalization and the knowledge economy, universities are pushed to to compete globally and to be accorded the title of world-class university. Now, to support the drive for performance and the marketization of universities, a management practice called the New Public Management, or NPM, has been implemented. This approach works by incorporating several mechanisms, such as competition, incentivization, and delegation of authority. Under NPM, professional academics are expected to be committed to quality control system, which runs the danger that academics will perform merely as profit-making servants rather than as steward of the society. Now, if I may share the image that is widely circulated in the social media. And I think I found this image actually from Bapak Adrian's Facebook. So if Bapak Adrian is still here, thank you very much for sharing this one. So this image is widely circulated in the social media, mostly by the Indonesian lecturers. This image portrays the mountainous work that Indonesian lecturers have to do, and many of them do not necessarily always relate to academic work. This image, I would argue, may describe the culture of the new public management system with its audit culture and the pressure to support the university's needs to be in competition. I'm sure that Ibu and Bapak lecturer that present can hopefully relate to the image. For me, it's pretty amusing, but also stressful at the same time looking at that image. So this is what's happening in the world. Now let's zoom in a little bit closer to Indonesia and its Javanese society. In the pre-colonial era, Javanese society was divided into kingdoms ruled through patrimonialism within a class stratification. And class stratification in this study would mean like the low level will be the peasant who work, and then there is these rich people who own the lands, and then there will be rulers, which is the king and queens, and etc. Patrimonialism is a traditional form of domination that does not separate the private and the official sphere. Rulers could use the power without fear of violating norms and regulation, while the public authority and the peasant served the rulers. So during the post-colonial era, until the New Order regime, when Indonesia was led by President Suharto, patrimonial administration is translated into prioritizing the interest of individuals, families, friends, and the ruling elites. As a result of this, corruption flourished. And fast forward to Indonesia nowadays, according to Gauss et al., many public sectors in Indonesia, including the public university, still have a rigid hierarchy and are bureaucratic because of the patrimonialism legacy. So that is a very short and general context where this study is situated. Now I would like to present the theoretical framework for this study. So in this study, several theoretical concepts are used together to create a conceptual framework. One of it is the ecology of language teacher identity, which was introduced by Douglas Fear Group to represent the multifaceted nature of language learning from a second language acquisition perspective. Later on, this framework was adopted by Da Costa and Norton to conceptualize language teacher identity. In this framework, language teacher identity is positioned within the macro, meso, and micro levels of learning and teaching. Hence, presents the ecology of viewpoint of identity. In the case of academic returnee, the micro level is where the individual returnee lectures negotiating their identity through the social interaction with their colleagues and students. In the meso level, the socio-cultural institutions and communities took place. For example, the ELT department, where the academic returnee works, the English language teaching communities inside and outside the department as well. The macro level refers to ideological structure in wider society. For academic returnees, this may include educational ideologies that they learned and developed while studying in their home countries and when they were studying overseas. So based on this framework, identity is located in the meso level, but influenced by factors at other levels. And in order to explore in depth and in the participant's natural setting, I chose the qualitative research method. The methodology selected was ethnography. Ethnography is principally concerned with studying behaviors and activities of people in their natural setting. The principal research methods associated with ethnography then are in the form of observation and interview. Observation consists of observing the behaviors and activity, and interviews consist of interviewing participants about why they acted in certain ways and what meanings they had towards the thing or people with whom they interacted or acted towards. To cater the need in analyzing the language use of the participants, it is deemed important that as the researcher of this study, I master the language spoken by the participants in this study. My native language is Bahasa Indonesia. My second language is Surabayan Javanese, and my foreign language is English. So therefore, this study had conducted at Indonesian universities in Java Island, especially where Surabayan Javanese is used as the regional language. The research field were 3 ELT departments in 3 universities in Java Island. The participants were 6 academic returnees. All of them were awardees of Indonesian government scholarship. 4 participants were working at Hikam University, so all of these names are student name. 1 participant working at Fatihah University and the other one at Pertiwi Universities. 5 participants hold master's degree and only 1 with a PhD degree. Out of 6 participants, only 1 was a man, which is Tony, and the other were women. When the data collected, all of them were working in their department for less than 5 years since they returned. 3 of the participants were sessional lecturers, or in Indonesia we call it dosen luar biasa, DLB, and the other 3 were full-time lecturers. As mentioned before, data was collected digitally due to COVID-19, and it was for 4 months during semester 1 in 2021. I was in Perth and all of the participants were in Indonesia, working mostly from home. I did the one-on-one interview through Zoom and the WhatsApp text messages for at least once a month. The interview was conducted in Bahasa Indonesia to make it easier for the participants to express themselves. It was only the excerpt of the interview and the observation, which was then presented in the thesis, that was translated into English. I also observed participants' classroom teaching and events they participated in within the department, and I also screenshotted their social media posts, and the data was analyzed using interactional sociolinguistic analysis and discourse analysis. Now, there were several findings from the data. This is the juicy part. I will only share some of them as the time is limited. So first of all, the participants in my study found themselves generally morally and compatible with Indonesian university culture. According to them, the culture in the university promoted patrimonialism, unethical academic practices, and a materialistic attitude towards knowledge and education. So let me present here an interview excerpt between me and one of the participants, Tony. So this is what Tony said. At that time, when I interviewed Tony was applying for a sessional lecturer position in Hikam University, and unfortunately, he did not actually got that position before, and then after that, after several months, I guess, if I'm not mistaken, then he finally got it. So this narrative is actually the reflection of when Donnie did not get the position. So Donnie was basically relate his experience as a discrimination. He said that was the first discrimination I felt after studying, because in England I have never experienced anything like that, but everything is neutral, right? Yes, that level of ability has been assessed that way. So Donnie would say that he don't know this, don't know that person, don't know this person, this friend and that friend. And even my lecturer was very close to me, saying that that is wrong, that is bad, that has to be changed. And when I came, and this one he meant came to England, he was shocked. Oh, it turns out it is like that in England. So even though Donnie was very close to the lecturer, and even though the lecturer considered Donnie as his child, but Donnie was positioned as just students when it is in the context of teaching and learning. So if then he made a bad assignment, the professor or the lecturer would say that that is bad, and Donnie was not given a good grade. And then Donnie continued talking, saying that, well, I'm actually proud. Okay, that means I really have that ability. In fact, I was glad to be treated that way. You already know the reality in Indonesia, right? So here, Donnie was basically then compare his experience to what happened in Indonesia. If you draw a line up to the leaders, that's the same, because I also like politics, so I already know. I'm ready. Okay, if you go back to Indonesia, you have to be ready. It's true that it is the disease of developing countries. I don't always compare it with the UK. Yes, I have to wake up for the dream, right? It's real life. That's how Indonesia is like. Until now, up to this moment, you have to realize that what is happening in Indonesia is indeed Indonesia. So here, what I can emphasize is that Donnie is using the divided lens, comparing how Indonesia is like and comparing how England is like. When we relate it with morality, what Donnie is basically saying is that all the good morality will be related with how England is, and Indonesian people, Indonesian universities, Indonesian lecturers will tend to be described as less moral, discriminative, for example. Now, another finding that comes up from the study is that how the returnee lecturers fit into neoliberal values. So they are positioned as high knowledgeable and cosmopolitan future leaders. The data shows that, unfortunately, although positioned as high knowledgeable and cosmopolitan future leaders, returnees also positioned as replaceable human resources. So that, in a way, make the returnees feels as marginalized, undervalued, and helpless, and also isolated. Now, returnees were positioned as highly knowledgeable, cosmopolitan future leaders across the macro level, meso level, and micro level. At the macro level, for example, the Ministry of Finance, which is Sri Mulyani at that time and until now, ascribed returnees with the identity of human resources who are globally competitive and have integrity, because their status as Indonesian government scholarship awardee. Now, this is just a short video of what Sri Mulyani described returnees are, and it is still her time. And that is in the macro level. Now, in the meso level, let me show you. This one is an example of the video profile of the English language teaching department of Hikam University. And in this video profile, when this particular image is shown, there is an audio narrative also being played. And the audio narrative stated that most of the returnees, or most of the lecturers in HICAM universities are international graduates. They are ready to guide students in accordance with the vision and the mission of the department. So the slide and the narrative above, this slide and this narrative, illustrate how the quantity and the quality of returnee lectures became the benchmark for the department's teaching and learning quality. Now, the identity of a highly knowledgeable and privileged and cosmopolitan Indonesian future leader that were given to the returnees enable the returnees to subscribe to similar identity positioning. For example, in the micro level, Doni here posted WhatsApp a post, and then so he was given a certificate of appreciation to be the inspiring lecturer of the year. So by posting this post, Doni is actually showing how the department positioned him as an inspiring lecturer, but also how he positioned himself as the inspiring lecturer, privileged one. Another one is, for example, here, this is an introduction. So this is the first meeting of, at that time, during COVID, online meeting. This is, I believe, Rere's class. So when Rere introduced herself, she also described her background education as a master's degree, a returnee studying at university in Australia. And the student's expression was like showing, how do I express it? Showing shocked, but also appreciative. You can see that from their mouth, they're like, ooh, wow, something like that. And unfortunately, however, although the macro and the meso levels ascribe returnees with privilege, highly educated identity, they are, on the other hand, was also positioned as someone who is changeable. So, for example, Doni here, he was a sessional workers, or in other words, DLB, dosen luar biasa. And what happened with dosen luar biasa is that they were paid not really much. And then they also do not have access to the library, for example. So they cannot also get the funding from the universities to actually make research. And therefore, Doni feel like he was facing a big wall, and that there is a wall that blocked the way. So Doni felt that he was helpless. He cannot do much as sessional lectures. So in conclusion for this finding is that on the one hand, returnee lecturers was like praised and were positioned as privileged, highly knowledgeable people. But on the other hand, especially for the DLB, the dosen luar biasa, they were not given much access. And so they felt like they were helpless. Another finding, and the last finding that I would share, is that returnees, although they were highly knowledgeable, although they were positioned as highly knowledgeable and cosmopolitan future leaders, they were also need to be a good Japanese. And that means, on the one hand, returnees really want to make positive changes in their environment, in the academic English language teacher department, but they also cannot, because they have to be a good Japanese, and a good Japanese here in Kiki's narrative mean that she needs to behave, because Kiki said they are seniors, I am junior. They are full-timer, I am a sessional lecturers. But so it is not, it's like I have to control myself not to be impulsive. And when she said not to be impulsive is in a way that if she wants to make changes, if she wants to be outspoken, expressing what does the departments actually need, she cannot be that. She cannot be impulsive. That is the word, impulsive. It is not only in regulating emotion, maybe also when initiating things. You know what I mean? I have to wait for them. And them here refers to the seniors. Wait for them to initiate. And then after they react, after the seniors react, share their opinion, then I respond. I continue. You know what I mean? So that's what Kiki said. So that is
I'm so
actually
sorry, Miss Junior.
yeah.
You have around 3 minutes left for the presentation. I'm truly sorry for it.
Yeah, no worries, perfect, because this is basically the last slide.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Okay, perfect.
in conclusion, of this whole presentation is that one, the participants in my study negotiated their identities through various discursive script. One of the discursive script is by using the divided lens. And from these three findings, what can be shown is that there were two strongest ideologies, and those ideologies that affected the participants' identity negotiation were neoliberalism, and the second one is the Japanese filial piety and harmony. So that is all the presentation for today. I thank you very much for listening, and I would really be happy if there are any questions related to the presentation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much. Terima kasih, Miss Junior. Congratulations on the PhD. I'm taking over, but it's back to the moderator.
Sorry, Miss Junior. Thank you so much for the presentation. Basically, your slide is truly explaining what is it? Yeah, viral things that currently exist in our country, in Indonesia. So I guess one of our students is interested about it. Is there a question? Please come forward.
Okay, hello, good morning, Miss Junior. My name is Margareta. So I will ask you about what do you think about the phenomena in Indonesia of hashtag jangan jadi dosen?
Wow. Really? There is such. Okay. Oh, that's very interesting. Thank you. What is your name again? I'm sorry.
My name is Margareta.
Margareta. All right.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much for the question, Margareta.
So you may answer the question, Miss Junior. Yes.
Right. I'm not really updated, so I don't really know that hashtag, but that is very interesting. Jangan jadi dosen. I think if that hashtag is related to my research, I can definitely, it definitely relevant. So my research is about academic returnees, people who study abroad and then come back and then they teach in Indonesian universities. But that hashtag, I would say, must not only focus on academic returnees on their own, but will be like not being Indonesian lecturers in general. And what I can answer from what my participants actually saying is that I guess that hashtag means or describe how difficult being a lecturer in Indonesia is. One, if then we talk about from the financial perspective, being a lecturer is not really, you won't really get a high pay from being a lecturer. That's one. So the second one will be, I would say, when I show you that multiple hands pictures, there are just so much things that a lecturer do. And one is that according to Tridharma, perguruan tinggi, then you have to be a researcher. Second, you have to teach. Third, you have to do the social, what is it in English? I don't really remember now. Social activity. Yeah. And these three things will have other things related to it. Then you have to do the accreditation for the university. So all of the administrative mountainous work. So what I think about it is it's actually a sad reality. The hashtag that not to be a lecturer is definitely not a positive thing, and it's not really going to help the Indonesian education. But on the other hand, I would completely understand why that hashtag become viral, because the reality is that being a lecturer in Indonesia is definitely a very challenging job. So I personally, this time, if I am given the time, I would like to express my salute. I'm salute all of the lecturers there. At the moment, present at the moment, Ibu Antik, Ibu Dewi, if I'm not mistaken, is it? And all of other lecturers, because your job is definitely very challenging, and you're still on it. It's one of the it's something that can and has to be applauded. Yes. So I hope Ibu stay motivated becoming the lecturer in Indonesia.
Thank you for your motivation, Miss Junior. It's very meaningful for all of us who dedicated ourselves as lecturer and also as a teacher, everyone. Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Miss Junior, for this insightful presentation. We are going to be hopefully waiting for you on the next session in our campus. It's volleyball. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Give applause for Miss Junior.
Bye. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so the last the last speakers that is going to present the topic is our beloved lecturer, Miss Erwin Hari Kurniawan, everyone. Okay, so today, Mr. Erwin will explain his topic. It is related to empowering inclusive education, leveraging AI to teach English to students in Indonesia. A short biography of Mr. Erwin. He is a lecturer at the Department of English Education at Universitas Islam Kadiri, and he specialized in curriculum development, teaching in ELT, inclusion, and reading. He is also as the trainer of Merdeka Curriculum in East Java, starting from 2021 until right now. So give applause for our lecturer, Mr. Erwin. You may start to explain the topic today.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Excellency Bu Dekan, Bu Dean of FKIP, and then all committees and all the participants and audiences. All right, this afternoon, because it's nearly afternoon, I would like to discuss about which one is my material? All right, empowering inclusive education. Why I choose this topic? Let's go on to the fourth slide. Page 4. Directly. Can we? All right. Let's watch this movie after you have a serious presentation. Let's enjoy this movie. Go on, Mas. Nah.
I am tested, and this is I is my ability.
All right. Yeah, this video is from UNICEF. At the first, when I watched this movie, I was crying. Yeah, maybe sometime when you watch, maybe yeah, we can say that Alhamdulillah, I'm still normal. There, I don't have sons with a problem, but I have many relative families that they have problem like this one. And then when I do my uh, presentation at the time in Merdeka curriculum, there is one topic. The important thing is about inclusion. And then after that, I try to study why. Because when I uh, read the sum of the inclusion student in over the world, it's there is an increasing year by year. So by from this, yeah, I believe that we should realize the condition, and we don't blame the parent, we don't blame the society, but what will we do when we have student or maybe relative relate to this condition? To do more about this, yeah, or maybe when you have maybe relative or maybe family, you can do this inclusion test to know whether they can study in the formal education or they should go to the special school. Yeah, because when for example your children have a problem, before you go to the specialist, please do this test first and then analyze the score is rising or decreasing. It's decreasing, yeah, alhamdulillah. When it's increasing, it's mean that your children, your relative needs a special school. All right. We will go on. There are some student needs, or we can say inclusion. We can go on to the next slide. Yeah. In Indonesia, there are ADHD, and then autism, and then blind or maybe deaf and other. Let's go on. What about the regulation in Indonesia? The regulation in Merdeka Curriculum, all the formal school, they should accept the student with inclusion when the student have the ability to communicate, they can participate actively in the classroom. Yeah. When the student disturb the teaching learning process, it's mean that they need the special assistant, or we call by shadow teachers. When it's more than it, yeah, of course the student should move to the special school. And then it also relate to the SDG, when you know Sustainable Development Goal and the United Nation and the 4.5, you can read by yourself about the SDG related to the inclusion. Okay, go on. Here is the scenario that we can do in Indonesia. The statistic is by December in 2023, there are 40,164 formal education in Indonesia that had student in special need, informal, not in special school, but in the formal school. It's like SD, SMP, SMA. Yeah, there are increasing student, and then the challenges is limitation sources. For example, the teachers. In Kadiri, only several school they say that there is the uh, shadow teacher and also the counselor that they realize about inclusion itself. So by after this discussion, I hope that you can realize the condition and you are ready to be the teacher with special education with special need. Yeah, I do hope. And then go on. I would like to relate with AI. Why we should relate with AI? Because AI will help us to apply this education system. As like stated by Mas Ardian at the time, that AI help us. So I do hope that after you relate with this AI, you have understanding that AI can help us to maximize the potential of our student. Let's go on. Yeah, and AI can help us in financial, education, business, automobile, manufacture, gaming, government, and healthcare. Go on. Let's. Do you know about Bebek Pintar? You don't know about Bebek Pintar? Oh yeah, maybe you know, and then you can give comment to the Bebek. Bebek Pintar, please switch off the lamp. Yeah, of course your lamp should be smart lamp, not traditional lamps like in this room. Yeah, if I say I have buy sir the Bebek Pintar, but when I say Bebek Pintar, please switch off the lamp. Oh, still switch on, not switch off. Yeah, because your lamp is stupid, not smart. Yeah, that's the problem. Not the duck is not stupid, but the stupid one is on the lamp. So you should buy the smart lamp. Yeah. And then what about my wife? My wife is stupid. Oh no. Yeah. All right. Go on, go on, go on, go on. Yeah. Go on again. Yeah. Yeah. You can scan this barcode and then there is we can say how to do the perplexity. Do you know perplexity? Yeah. After this, I can share my PowerPoint. Perplexity, ChatGPT, ChatPDF, C Space, Canva Magic, yeah, and then DeepMind in Google and Education Copilot. Copilot is related to the Microsoft. And then what should we do? The thing that you should do is you should make sure your prompt, yeah, the prompt that you write on those machine, yeah. Sometimes we neglect when, for example, sir, I have type, for example, please make me the recipe of bubur ayam. It's just simple, sir. Not delicious. Yeah, because you don't write it with a correct prompt. So the important thing is not which one is the correct or which one is the great. All of them are great, but we should make the proper the proper prompt. So please scan this barcode and you will find the instruction to make you understand how to make the AI powerful in our school learning process. Yeah. All right. Go on. Maybe some of you have tried and find the PPT, yeah, of there, and then go on to the languages and strategies. Yeah, this one. Sorry. Oh, challenges and inclusive English education. Go on. Yeah, there are some problem. For example, when you have dyslexia student, do you know when you watch the movie Tare Zamin Par? Yeah, have you ever watched? No, you should watch after this. Yeah, and dyslexia, the student difficulty with reading and writing. Some of them they got difficulty and differ whether it is A or E, for example. Or when I was child, I got difficulty in making star. I can't make star until I was in the fourth class. So during I was in the first, second, and the third, I could not make a star. The star just 5 stars like Patrick. I cannot make star. At the time when I make star, just like this one, not using, yeah. Or maybe you use like the Jewish star. I can do by making Jewish star. And then in the ADHD, trouble in focusing and sustaining attention affected to the participation and retention. And then the second is in hearing impairment, not deaf 100%, but they still hear, but the capacity is lower. So here the student, they have limited access to the oral instruction and discussion, making it hard to follow along. So after this, you know this problem. What should we do when we have student like this one? Can you imagine? What should we do when we have student like this one? Dyslexia. What should we do? Yeah, teach them slowly, right? Make the easier instruction. What about with ADHD? Problem focusing. So make them with playing equipment. Yeah, making instruction with it's interesting. Not directly write a paper, write a 2 paragraph about descriptive text. No, but make it make them play with the equipment there, and then without they realize they can do. When they cannot write, you can ask them to say something. Yeah, when they cannot write, you can ask them to tell a story. So many things when you can do. What about with the hearing impairment? You can use writing. They can say something, although maybe the pronunciation is not so clear, but the writing, they can write well. So you should differ whether my student is normal or in special condition. All right. The following. All right. In specialized learning material is scarcity of style resources like audiobook, caption video, and adaptive software. And then in adequate infrastructure, the problem is the school, especially in rural areas, it's like maybe in village, they lack necessary technology such as computer, tablet, and then PC. They don't have tablet. Moreover, internet. Wow. Yeah. Rural area. And then insufficient funding. Yeah. We can realize, for example, when you go to, it's like Ensata, you go to the visit in Trenggale, yang Munjungan, you know. Yeah, of course, the internet is limited. The infrastructure, when you are a teacher over there, you got difficulty to move over there. So here, they have insufficient funding for special equipment like hearing aids. You know, hearing aids, like you say, oh, it is Intel, sir. No, it is not Intel. They have problem with hearing. Braille books and assistive listening devices. And then also with the trained personnel, it's mean that the teacher itself, the shortage of teacher trained in special education and inclusive teaching practices and need professional development to equip educator with skill to support diverse learners. So when you ask teacher, you should learn more. You can observe now many sources, that assist you to be in the inclusion teachers. All right, let's go on. Let's see the insight in the specific needs of inclusive student. Diverse learning style, students have varying preference for visual, auditory, and kinesthetic learning, they need for multimodal teaching approaches to cater for different styles such as visual aids, hand-on activities, and interactive lesson. Maybe some of you, when I in the class, I have explained to you about the differentiated material. Do you still remember about it? Differentiated material and differentiated instruction. There are three types. Yeah, differentiated learning. Do you know? Do you still remember about it? Differentiated material, differentiated instruction, and differentiated what's it? Outcome. Yeah. So when you ask teacher, you should have differentiated material, instruction, and outcome for the student. I have said to you, when you have three types of student, for example, HDAD, and then dyslexia, or maybe problem in hearing, what should you do? You should differ them. You cannot directly just stay in front of the class and you say, student, please make a conversation with your partner. What about with the student with have a problem with hearing? What about with dyslexia? Yeah, one skin. Yeah, you should recognize or you should know your student deeply. All right, go on. A solution for English language learning. Next. Here are some web. Yeah, I have tried last night until 1 p.m. and then I sent to the committee. I have tried. Some of them are free and some of them, some material you should pay, but I think it's affordable when you ask the guru dengan sertifikasi ya, guru-guru dengan sertifikasi, you still affordable to access this material. I think not so expensive. Also, maybe we need the supporting from the school itself. There are Babel, Lyrica, Memrise, Duolingo. You know Duolingo? The famous one in Indonesia. And then Motley, Busu, Rosetta, Stone, and then Language, Drops, Lingo Tier, and Hello Talk. Yeah, you can browse by yourself. You can find many sources, and then most of them, they prepare the material for inclusion student. And then go on. For example, in Duolingo, yeah, the first, there is the login or form, yeah, and then the personal profile, and then there is a courses, and then tracker from the progress, and then there is integration with the social network, and testing knowledge, forum, push notification, and audio and video streaming. Yes, the example, one of the, from the 10 software that I recall, one of them is Duolingo. The question is, what should we do with Duolingo? Just ask them to install on the mobile phone. No, after that, practice. What about with SDAT student? Play several times. Yeah. Yeah, this one, you should think, as the teacher, what should we do with the student? The software, there are many software. Yeah, once again, and then the second is how to instruct them. Gimana cara menginstruksikannya to the student. Yeah. And then how to assess that they have done it. Yeah, you should consider about it. All right, go on. Tool, for example, text to speech. Do you know text to speech? Yeah. And Google Doc, and Microsoft Word, you can text and then ask them to read aloud. Have you tried? Yes. Yeah. For example, you have student with a problem in oral communication. You can ask them to just write and then ask the machine to read. Yeah. Or speech to text. Yeah. You can communicate, but you have problem in your hand. You can ask them to type by using your oral organ. All right. Here, the example is in Microsoft 365, 365, and Google A1, ya, Google Workspace. Okay, following. And the software you can use Coded. Coded help you to write. It's designed for the people with dyslexia and dysgraphia. And then Coursewell 3000, it help us in reading, writing, and study support tool. Yeah, you can try by yourself. I have tried. The following. Tool for hearing impairment. Yeah. Yeah, there are closed captioning and subtitles. Yeah, it's a real-time transcription of spoken content, and then visual aid and interactive whiteboard. It enhances the student understanding through the visual representation of the concept. Imagine when in the class you have the adaptive whiteboard. Unfortunately, in Unisca we don't have it, so I can try it in front of you. But yeah, it's not so expensive. Maybe just 50 million. 50 million for school, it's affordable. Yeah, it will be problem if you buy by yourself. Yeah. Yeah, I have tried at the time in SMK Pawiatan Daha 1. I have tried using this interactive whiteboard. Actually, this smart TV, that touch screen smart TV. Yeah, 50 million, not so expensive for the school. All right, the following. The adaptive learning system is AI-driven personalized learning paths. Platform like Khan Academy. Do you know about Khan Academy? Yeah, try after this. Yeah. Dreambox. You know Dreambox? Don't know. Okay. What do you know? Just TikTok and then me chat. Oh no, don't do it. Yeah, Khan Academy and Dreambox use AI to create tiled learning experiences based on individual student performance and progress. Yeah. The second is real-time feedback and assessment. Yeah, immediate correction suggestion help students learn from mistake and improve continuously. And then the third is engagement and motivation. AI tools incorporate gamification elements, making learning more engaging and fun. Following? Oh, 3 minutes ago. All right. Real world application and case study. You can read by yourself. Let's go on. This is the case in USA. They use AI in the inclusive classroom. And then the following is in the UK, AI for hearing impaired student. Yeah, the following, please. All right. The following again. In India, they use Byju's, not Suju, yeah, but Byju. So Suju is from Korea, yeah. The following. Here is the implementation Indonesian school. You can read by yourself, and then I would like to go on to this one, the curriculum development itself. The first is we should do assessment of current issue. Yeah, curriculum identify gaps and areas where AI can enhance learning and collaborate with education experts to integrate AI tools, and then a development of AI enhanced curriculum. We should design lesson incorporating AI tools for personalized learning and ensure the curriculum is inclusive and accessible to all students. And then here is the third is the pilot program, the program that it's still developed, is implement small scale pilot program to test and refine the AI enhanced curriculum. We can gather the feedback from the teacher, student, and parents after they implement in the teaching learning process. And then the following, integrating is we should select the appropriate tools. Not all the tools is suitable for the student. And then we also ready with the infrastructure setup, and we should do continuous evaluation to make sure that the AI or maybe the equipment that we have give to the student is appropriate. Next, go on. Next. Yes, the role of the government and private sector. The government should develop policies to promote the integration of AI in education and allocate the funding for technology infrastructure and teacher training. And then the standard and guidelines. The government should establish guidelines for the ethical use of AI in the classroom and ensure the data privacy. It's like a KTP maybe at the time that it's leaked because of the government cannot make sure or guarantee that the privacy is safe. Yeah. And then what about the collaboration with the opportunities? Of course, we should make collaboration with the public-private partnership. For example, we can use Duolingo or others, Microsoft or maybe Google itself. They should develop and provide IA tools that it's affordable to the teacher and to the school itself. And then the community involvement and the school is like in Kediri in Pak Sam maybe ya. Pak Sam di tempatnya Pak Sam itu ada apa itu? Sekolah Bina Insani. There is the NGO that helps to donate in the Bina Insani to do the inclusion student to make the awareness to the teacher and to make the student of the parent itself realize the condition of their children. All right, the challenge I would like to the following. Okay, the following. The prediction for the future inclusion education. Yeah, this is the last maybe. Yeah, I believe that it will increase the adaptation of AI tools. Yeah, the greater integration of AI in the classroom will support the personalized learning, and the second is it will enhance teacher support, and of course it will rise the global collaboration, and it will focus on lifelong learning. The last. Okay, the conclusion. AI and education offer numerous advantages, including personalized learning experiences, increased efficiency, and enhanced student to support and engagement. However, the implementing AI in education come with challenge such as the availability of reliable data and need for specialized technical expertise. And of course, by following best practice, such as starting small, providing training and support, fostering collaboration, and monitoring and evaluating the impact, educators can successfully integrate AI in the classroom. I think that's all. Yeah, thank you very much. And you can download all the material. I have provided with the test and some book that you can read by clicking bit.ly Icels Erwin 2004. And thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Mr. Erwin. Your topic is really nice to aware. Yeah, it reminds me of my own experience actually. Okay, so now we are continuing to the Q&A session for both one question. Oh, okay, come forward, please. Yeah, it's okay. Please come forward. Camera, okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Sir Erwin, about your topic today. It's really interesting. And also for this one, about the AI that we have to realize in this era, especially everywhere, everything needs AI. But what is that? Previously, they used to, what's that? Have technology, the low technology, but the people had advanced thinking. But now, in my opinion, and I think there is data as well. Yeah, but especially in Indonesia, it's like so it's not popular reading book again in Indonesia. Only 0.0005%. How is this one day? Okay. The problem is this one, sir. I know that so many AI can help us in teaching or learning and anything. My question is how to, what's this? Because this one, sir, when we want to solve our problem, the previously we could search on the Google and we can solve that problem by ourselves. It means we just, what's that? We have like fundamental thinking. Yeah. But now AI can solve the problem and we just take that conclusion. My question is how to use AI wisely without losing our fundamental. Because I'm afraid if I give this knowledge about the AI to my students, they will be what's it? Miss about the what's that? The fundamental thinking. Just it. Thank you, sir. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alright, Mas Ustadz ya. I call him Mas Ustadz. Ya, Mas siapa tadi namanya? Mas Rudi. Alright, Mas Rudi. I remember the first is we should use our religion as the base concept of everything that we should do. Yeah, at the time, Bu Wulan and FKIP, we established the new slogan, was it? Yesterday. Being truly educated means that we not only just be smart, but we should use our heart to make our mind here brighter. Yeah. Use your heart and do something. For example, in AI, now the people in Japan, they develop the girls robot. Yeah. They sell, ask the wife, will you buy it? No. Yes. No. Why? There are many women here that you can marry. Don't do it. Sir, I have vacuum cleaner robot. Should I buy? No. You still have spare time to mop your floor. Why you buy it? It's like Bunti. Yeah. Her hobby is mopping the floor. It's good because it makes her healthy. Yeah. For example, sir, I cannot cook. Should I buy using Gojek? No, because you still have time to cook. Whether you ask AI to help you to make a prompt, for example, AI, please, you are as the best cook in restaurant. Give me suggestion with the material bean, blah, 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 to make a delicious food for my husband. So there is the trap over there. Whether you consider you take it or not. So once again, the consideration here is on you, not every suggestion from AI, you take it. So once again, the filter here is on you, not computer. Yeah. For example, AI, how to choose which one is suitable for me? This girl or those girl? For example, yeah, once again, the consideration is on your heart. So listen your heart. Yeah. To make your heart purify, of course, you should make your religion foundation greater than your logic or money. Okay, I think that's all. I hope that it will help and stimulate us to use AI wisely. Thank you very much. Back to Miss Dina. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Erwin. So the conclusion of his topic is basically as a teacher and as a human being, we have the full control, on operating the AI. Thank you very much, Mr. Erwin. So now we are going to continue the session. I have several announcements for all of the presenters here, for online or offline presenters. Okay, so the first announcement, we will have a break around until 1 p.m. Okay, so we are going to have a break around 50 minutes because the next schedule will be started at 1 p.m. Okay. So next part, we are going to continue into the parallel session. So for those who join the conference offline, you may go to the 5th floor of the room. You may find your room. And after that, all of the presenters should be ready in the breakout room for the online, and for the offline presenters, you should be ready at least 5 minutes before we begin the parallel session, yeah, which means 12:50, 55, 50, 55, sorry. And then, oh yeah, make sure to upload your PowerPoint slides into the link that Miss Andy has already sent into the Icels presenter group. Please make sure to upload your slides there so the moderator can access your file easily. And then next, after you finish the parallel session later, please get back here into the hall. So we are going to continue several sessions of the event for the closing ceremony and also for distributing your certificate. Begitu. Okay. Miss Andy has addition.
Thank you, Miss Dina. One last thing to note is we noticed some of you with the trash. So please make sure you keep the trash and put it in the trash bin. And now, yeah, as Miss Dina said, you have like 45, 50 minutes for prayer, lunch on your own, and back to not here to the breakout room, which is on the 5th floor for the offline presenters, right? Thank you and see you later. Get back in for closing ceremony to get your certificate. Don't forget that. Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sama-sama. See you later, everyone. Good luck for your presentation.
to achieve certain goals and meet certain needs. Okay. And from the background and the previous background, so the research take the hypothesis in this research.
Firdaus from Universitas Islam Kadiri with the title The Correlation Between Service Quality Towards Student Satisfaction in Kampung English Language Center English Course Bogor, West Java. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Muhammad Nizam Firdaus.
Okay, so yeah. All right, so good afternoon, guys, and good afternoon and thank you very much, for the question that you give me, the moderator, Ms. Angin, also Mr. Wong, Benji, also Ms. Virga, and for the others, yeah. So thank you for the occasion here. All right, so in this occasion, I'd like to talk and also tell you about my research or my thesis here about the correlation between service quality towards student satisfaction in Kampung English LC Bogor for who outside of Indonesia, especially like Mr. Wong, actually Kampung English it's like an English village that's the whole of a village talking in English, and it's the best environment for us to learn English, especially in Indonesia. So sometimes people from all around Indonesia comes to Kampung English to learn English. All right, so here is my presentation here, the correlation between service quality towards student certification. Okay, okay, right. So for the background here, I'd like to tell you first about the case that happens in Indonesia, especially. Maybe for someone from Indonesia, like Miss Anit, Miss Virga, you always think or so concerned about the case about the English language, especially. Like English language in Indonesia is not just like not become a second language, not like in Malaysia, not as in Singapore, kind of that, but become a foreign language, right? And very difficult to learn. Not and or maybe like from the childhood we don't learn about English, and they learn English from when they realize how important English. So that's why I take this one. Because why? My previous research, I talked about demotivation of learning English by students in senior high school, and I get that a lot of factors that affects of demotivation of learning English, and one of the demotivation factor is the service quality. So that's why I talk about the service quality here. By the way, service quality is one of the important or the matter things that you have to provide for the student itself. For example, it's like sometimes the students always give a high expectations to the education institution, but when they don't get the high expectation that on a like a student have a high expectation, but the education institution didn't give you the expectation, they will dissatisfied on it. They will like give you like a bad rating, or they will give you bad recommendation head speech to the institution. So that's why I took this one. Service quality of education system is a key factor that significantly affect the student certification and also learning outcome. When you give good service quality, high service quality to the student, they will give you like a good recommendation or good rating to your institution here. And for my background here, I step on the Parasuraman's theory about the service quality models include the five dimensions, for instance, like a tangible reliability, responsiveness, assurance, and also empathy here. And for the student satisfaction, I stepped on Kotler and also Keller's theory that are word of mouth, also recommendation, and the last one is a repurchase. So the problem identification here. Okay, so I'll talk about the problem identification here of my thesis or my research here. The problem that I took in Kampung Inggris LC Bogor, especially it's in West Java, I found that in a Google rating, they got a bad rate. The bad rate, like around one or maybe two star that they get because of what? Because of the service quality. For instance, like the staff is really expensive. The class is not really cozy or comfortable. The price and also the knowledge that they get is not equal. So that's why that is the factor that they make a bad rate or a Google rating. And the second one, I made a pre-result and I got the result that 20 students from Kampung Inggris Bogor, that's active student, they say that they didn't get the good service quality on it. But yeah, where is it like a one or maybe two student just only give a bad, but for the others or the rest of the student they give a good result here. So that's why the variety of a result that I found in my pre-result indicate that some of expectation from a student didn't get or didn't meet with the service quality of income in this LC Bover. Okay, that's my preference. So for the research purpose here, the study aims to identify the dimension of a service quality. So there are five dimensions in Parasuraman's theory. So I will try to identify how's the service quality in company is LC, company is Bogor here, and also the second purpose is evaluate this level of student certification. So I'm gonna try to check and also evaluate how's the level of the student satisfaction in that English course. For example, like I will try to identify the how do they do the word of mouth or recommendation to others. How do they confirm of the explanation, and also how's the level of repurchase when they get. So that is my research process here. For the next one, research benefit. I hope that for the university, it will make a very of preferences to the UNISCA. That's my university, and also for the English course. I hope the English will improve their service quality so that makes the student will go there more and more. Okay. Okay, for the research methodology here, because I thought I'm going to tell you that this research it hasn't taken yet. Yeah, so this is only the proposal that I will tell you or I propose. the resume today here, I'll take in Kampung Inggris LC Bogor. Bogor is in the West Java and which is established in since 2020. And by the way, Kampung Inggris LC Bogor is the branch of Kampung Inggris LC in Kediri. Kediri is the center of Kampung Inggris. So I will take the branch because I know that for in the center of a Kampung Inggris, actually they already got a good amount of a student. So that's why I don't want to take there. But I want to take the branch one, which is they still establishing their quality. So that's why I'll take Kampung Inggris in Bogor. And I will take this 50 sample or participant by from or of 101 113 active students there. Why I just only take around 55 until 60% of the student because not all student or 113 student is not really take a long programs there. So that's why I'll take a 50 sample, which are active, and I don't differ. It's by the gender. I don't differ by the what is like the high of education or by the age. No, but I will take the random sample here as long as they are active student in Kampung English. All right. Then thus here I will take the quantitative one. I will check the descriptive quantitative with the questionnaire, and the questionnaire will be taken um, around 25, which for each for each dimension I will take a five. I will take a five instrument, so it's around 25 here. Okay, and data analysis I will take. Wait a minute, I will try to move my camera here. Okay, so I'll try for the data analysis, I will try to test for capability and also reliability test and also parametric statistical analysis techniques. And the data goes into normal and linearity tests. Present per moment and also hypothesis tests are also used here. So my focus on this research is the only talking or check about how's the service quality in companies browser. And I hope, and my hypothesis here, there is a positive significance or there is a positive relation between service quality and student certification in companies LC Bogor. Okay. All right. So why I choose this method and also this state title here, I preference or my base is in references here by Melissa Dew and Granny 2016. The 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 researcher researchers use a quantitative data to measure the correlation between student satisfaction and student satisfaction, and found
materials compared to when we only use one type of game. It can build two-way communication with the students, making students more enthusiastic in joining the lesson and they enjoy it more. The strengths are making students happier in learning and helping them learn in an easier way with the integration of conventional games and quizzes. From those answers, it was clear that the integration of quizzes with traditional games promoted students' enthusiasm in learning and provided ease for students learning the materials. The class also become more interactive. For the third, in terms of the weaknesses of the use of quizzes, the teachers mentioned using quizzes was quite time consuming. Teachers struggled with time when they integrate quizzes. One of them said the weaknesses is in maximizing the available time when we deliver the materials. Sometimes our time is used for conventional games and quizzes only. For the conclusion, based on the findings of the study, it can be concluded that teachers at Junior High School for Batang in Central Java perceived that quizzes as effective to be used in the classrooms. They found that quizzes was beneficial in the way that it promoted students' enthusiasm and ease in learning. Quizzes also enhance the classroom interactions. However, teachers also acknowledge the weaknesses of quizzes. Teachers experienced the lack of time as the main constraint in integrating quizzes with traditional games. Even so, teachers indicate that they will remain use the quizzes in their class. And this is for the references. I think that's enough presentation from me. If any question, you can ask me. And if any advice, you can give me advice too. Okay, thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ibu Rizky Imtihanul Iman, for your enlightening presentation. For other participants, if you have any questions for that presenter, you may keep them first and please deliver them when I open the Q&A session. Next, let me introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker is Kiroma from Universitas Islam Madura. They will be presenting on TikTok tactics, enhancing students' reading abilities through multimedia at SMA Plus Miftahul Ulum Sumur Tengah, and sharing their insights on using multimedia in reading instruction. Please join me in welcoming Kiroma. Miss Kiroma?
Oh ya, halo, assalamualaikum, Mel.
You can start your presentation.
Wait. Mana? Ya.
So, so the research setting I used. So the location is at Wahid Hasim Center High School. That is in Mojokerto, East Java, Indonesia. And the research design that I used is quantitative research method. And the research design of this research is quasi-experimental, which has experimental and control class. And the participant of this research is the 11 students of Wahid Hasim Senior High School. Then the instrument that I use is a test. So the test will be pre-test and post-test, and the written descriptive text will be used for the test. So I will make a pre-test before treatment. So after pre-test, treatment, and post-test. Then the data collection, I will use pre-test and post-test to get the data. And after getting the data, I will analyze using Rubik by descriptive text by Brown 2007, which has the maximum point is 100. So that's all from me. So if you have any question, ask me. That's all from me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Miss Claudia for your enlightening presentation. And now is the time for the Q&A session. For those who have questions, you can write them in the message column. Okay, maybe I will ask something to Miss Farah and Miss Khadija. And my question is, why are you, both of you, interested in your own topic? So for each of you have 2 minutes to explain your answer. Thank you.
May I start first? Can you repeat the question? Was it why am I interested in this research topic?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So firstly, due to my usage on Instagram, particularly, I found that especially Malaysians and Indonesians also, when they are using the Instagram social media, code mixing is something that is very prevalent. Even if it's not in product endorsement, but also like in conversations, comments, replies, or even any kind of like stories. Code mixing in between two languages, particularly English and Indonesian or English and Malay, is very significant. So I feel like it would impact students and also teachers in teaching and learning sector. And that's the main reason why I am very interested in this research topic, in code mixing in particular, but also in product endorsement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Farah, for the answer, and it was so interesting to hear that. Okay, maybe from Ms. Siti Khadija, you can explain it again. So, why are you interested in your topic for this research? You can share it with us.
Okay, so thank you so much for the time. We've already took this topic. How many times, perhaps the third time I played or I came to the school that I want to take the title. So I asked about the student how the teacher teach. I mean how the English teacher teach about the material there. Then when I asked about the strategy, it's only conventional strategy. So because it's only conventional strategy and some students are bored about that strategy. I asked about them how do you ever being teach by mind mapping strategy. Then when they ask but no never and how it mind mapping strategy when I explain it they are interested and yeah because of that and some problems that I find from my observation I'm interested to take that topic. Thank you.
Okay, Okay, thank you for Miss Koja. Okay, maybe Miss Sisi have some question for Miss Farah, and maybe you can answer it right now.
All right, thank you so much, Miss Cici. So the question is about why do I prefer Instagram than other media and significant different result for formal and informal. For the first question for Instagram is because the web itself, the application is very simple compared to other social media that is very popular right now. For example, TikTok, where it's only videos, and also Twitter, where it only specifically it is a text-based application. So for Instagram, it is both in media, for example, pictures, videos, and also text in captions. So that's the reason why I chose Instagram in particular. And also product endorsement is very prevalent in that social media. And significant different result for formal and informal. Code mixing itself, from the research that I've done, it is due to its casuality. So code mixing is to promote informality, to make it reflects the conversational style of daily Malaysians in particular. So there is no such instances where informal occasions they use code mixing. However, it could be in other instances. For example, in this conference, I've seen like in plenary hall just now where they the speakers started to code mix in the middle of the speeches, and it could be due to, again, from the reasons of code mixing, it could be due to the precise meaning and also relatability, and it could be more natural even in formal instances. So the results itself would be differ, but from my research, it would be informal. Code mixing is for informal occasions only. So there's the result that I've found as of now. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Okay, so how Miss Sisi, do you accept it?
Yes, thank you, Miss Farah.
Okay, so actually, Miss Farah still have one more question from Miss Nur Husnina. So maybe you can answer that, Miss Farah.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Husnina. This one. Okay, so in my own opinion, experience, the main reason for players code switching in everyday conversation would be, this is particular in Malaysia, from what I found, is due to the weight of learning and using English as official language in education. For example, us Malaysian would be English as a second language instead of English as a foreign language or English as an other language. So therefore, since the weight is pretty similar with Malay, where we tend to use English in formal occasions and also in official letters or official documents, the main reason would be due to the system itself, how we tend to see English or perceive English as a language that is used by higher socioeconomic status or even for educated personas. So therefore, this leads to the daily conversation where Malaysians tend to put English terms, insert English words, because they could not find this certain precise meaning in Malay. So due to the education, it leads to how they tend to use English. And this is the main reason why people use code switching or code mixing in everyday conversation. Because code switching here like mentions the different varieties of English. So in particular, code mixing, it is because of how it is very important in education. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Farah. So Miss Husnina, can you accept the answer from Miss Farah? Okay, thank you. And now we will move move to the next session of presentation. And I will call our sixth speaker is Miss Sisi Nagita Octaria. She will be presenting on introducing English as an international language, research in Asadia Islamic Boarding School. So, welcome to Miss Siti Nagita. The golden time is yours.
Okay, thank you for your time. Am I audible? Can you see my screen? I'm sorry, Miss. I'm switching my device.
Okay, everyone, because Miss Lizzie still have a trouble with her device, so maybe we can move forward to the presenters. Before that was Miss Mutia Aulia Putri, and give me permission to share screen.
The use of AI-powered application in improving vocational high school students' conversational writing skill. For the time is yours. Please.
Excuse me, ma'am. I still have struggled with my laptop. I already sent my PowerPoint in the Google Drive. If you don't mind, could you please share it for me?
Okay, I'll share it for you. Wait for a minute.
All right. Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, could you please make it slideshow? All right. Thank you so much. Uh, oh, well, good afternoon for all the presenters and and also the moderator. My name is Idewa Ayu Adiari, and I'm from English Education Department of Universitas Hindu Negeri I Gusti Bagus Griwo Denpasar, Bali, and I am in my final year to achieve bachelor degree in education. Alright, today I will present my research with the title The Use of AI Power Applications in Improving Vocational High School Students' Conversational Writing Skills. There are some important points that I will present about my research from the introductions, objectives of the study, and then research design, research instruments, data analysis, findings, and also the conclusions. Next slide, please, ma'am. All right. There were four essential aspects of learning English, which included listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And those aspects were very needed to be improved to make people a success both academically and in the workplace, and also in many education systems. Senior high school marks a crucial stage in a student's academic path, and this stage demands the cultivations of advanced communication skills, including writings. Now, effective writings, especially in conversational context, was essential not only for academic success but also for future professional and personal communications. So, well, for the introduction, actually, in this research, there is a gap that occurred in the previous research, which led to this research being my research, and the gap is lack of. Excuse me, ma'am. Still at the previous slide. Excuse me, ma'am.
Wait.
All right, ma'am. Previous. Second slides, ma'am. All right, thank you so much. So, for the gap of this research is lack of innovative use of technology to teach conversational writings, even though traditional approaches have proven to be less effective. And to fill the gap left from the previous study, the present study addressed the following novelty that this research proposes to use the cookie AI to improve student conversational writing skills through direct feedback and real-time corrections. And the applications offers an interactive learning experience which simulate a real-life conversations for the gradual enhancement of student skills. Next slide, please. Next slide, please, ma'am.
Wait.
I'm sorry. All right, ma'am. Okay. In this study, there are two research objectives that align within the research questions. Excuse me, ma'am. At the previous slide. Yes. So, in this study, there are two research objectives that align within the research questions. For the first one is this study evaluates the cookie AI in enhancing the students' conversational writing skills, analyzing implementation strategies, and providing recommendations. And the second one is this study examines the impact of AI-based learning methods on students' motivations in conversational writing, focusing on feedback and psychological factors. Next slide, please. Okay. For the research design of the study, it was used classroom action research where it was consists of 2 cycles, and the research procedures involve planned actions, observe, and reflections. Next slide, please. Okay. To answer the research questions, the researcher conducted 2 research instruments. There was task for answer the first research problem and questionnaire for the second research problem. And for the participants of the research was the 11th class of AKL 4 students in SMK Negeri 1 Tabanan, Bali, which that class was consist of 35 students, and this research was conducted on April to May 2024. Next slide, please. Okay. For the data analysis techniques of this research, the data from conversational writing test and questionnaire, the data from the conversational writing test and questionnaire was analyzed quantitative and qualitatively. So in the quantitative, the test data was descriptively analyzed using the formula of average scores equals total sum of scores divided total number of subjects involved in the study. And additionally, the questionnaire data results were descriptively analyzed, presenting the percentage distributions of each item, and the formula was percentage equals total response on an items divided total response on all items multiple 100%. So in the researchers also, in the qualitative, the researcher presented the data in the form of descriptive analysis after gathering and reducing the data. It was from the data collections and also the data the data condensations, and then to data display, and the last one is the conclusions of the data. Wait a minute. So, wait, I still have struggle. So, well, as for next is about the findings. As I mentioned earlier, this research was conducted in 2 cycles, each consisting of 3 meetings. But prior to these 2 cycles, the researcher also conducted a pre-research phase. As we can see on the slide, there was an improvement in scores from the pre-test to post-test 1 conducted in cycle 1 and post-test 2 that conducted in cycle 2. So in terms of both the mean score and the number of students who passed the KKM or minimum competency criteria. And regarding the students' average scores, in the pre-test or before the treatment using the applications of the cookie AI, in learning to write, the students in this class only achieved an average scores of 72, which is still relatively low given that the English KKM in this school is 75. And after the treatments with the applications, The student scores improved in the first cycle, with most of them reaching the KKM score threshold. And however, in this first cycle, there were still students who did not reach the KKM and only met the minimum score. And but even though there was an increase in the score from the pre-test to post-test one, the the research was not considered complete, because the researcher aimed for all students in this class or 100% to reach the KKM and show an improvement of 10 to 50 points from their pre-test scores. And to address this, the researcher then proceeds to the second cycle with a different classroom settings than previously implemented, which were conducted vocabulary practice and sufficient practice time with the applications. And after conducting the second cycle with the different implementations, the researcher achieved the previously set target, namely that all students, or 35 students or 100% students of this class, reached the KKM and showed a significant score improvement from the pre-test uh, and post-test one, with an average of 88,71, and this represents an increase of 23,20% from the pre-test average scores. And therefore, the implementations of this cookie AI was deemed successful in improving the students' writing skills in the conversations, and the research was concluded at the second cycle as it had met the criteria of success. So, but also,
I'm so sorry, miss. The time is almost up. 1 minute left.
oh, okay. Next slide, please. So, to acquire the more supplemental data, researchers distribute the questionnaire, which consists of 12 items. And the questionnaire had alternative choices: strongly agree, agree, neutral, disagree, and strongly disagree. And that assessed using the rating scale of 5 to 1. As we can see on this table, from those 12 items, the subject gave their response of the strongly agree was strongly agree was 14,30%, and item agree was 75,33%. Neutral was 9,92%. Item disagree was 0,60%, and strongly disagree with 0. Next slide, please.
I'm sorry, time is up, miss. So we have to move to another presenter.
Okay, Miss. Can I just present the conclusion?
Okay, just conclusion. Yeah.
Yes, it's already up after the conclusions. So, for the conclusions of this research, the best cookie AI implementations is in cycle 2, included vocabulary practice and sufficient practice time with the applications, resulting in all students achieving the KKM score. And AI-based learning methods like cookie AI boost students' motivations in conversational writing by providing personalized interactions, tools, and immediate feedback for quick error corrections. All right, that's all about my presentations. Thank you so much for the attention.
Okay, thank you, Miss Idewa Ayogede Adiari, for your nice presentation. So we have to move on the last presenter. Wait. The last presenter is Miss Imratus Salihah.
Okay, Miss Emrata Solihah, are you ready to present your presentation? What? I can share your PPT from my laptop. Okay, for Miss Imrata Solihah with the title An Analysis of Grammatical Error Made by the 11th grade students of SMA Mustan Tadi in Pamekasan in Changing Active into Passive Voice. Time is yours to present your presentation.
In the column message, or you can ask them directly. Is there any questions? Hello, is there any questions?
Can I?
Yes, please.
All right, I will ask to the presenter. If I'm not mistaken, the name is Ervina about the Khalil Gibran poems. Is it right?
Yes.
All right. So my question is, why do you interesting for this research? And the second question, how long do you conduct this research until finish? That's all my question. Thank you, Ervina. You can say anything what I say.
Okay, I want to answer from the question from the for the first question. How I interest to research this problem. For the first, what is this? I like to what is this? I like to what? I want to analyze this problem. For the first, I like to what is this? Read the poems for the others writer, not to Halil Gibran just, and then I like the literary because interesting to our chapter. Okay, this is from the reason I choose this problem. Okay, and second question, how long? 1, 2, 3. five months. 5 months, yes. To analyze the research, and this is my answer.
All right, thank you, Ervina, for the best your answer. I think I'm curious about the Kahlengeber as you said, so I think that's enough. I give it back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Yoma for your questions and thank you for your answer, Miss Ervina. And perhaps, is there any questions? We still have 2 minutes for this Q&A session. Okay, I think it's enough for this meeting. So we have now reached the end of our event. And before we close, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to all the presenters and participants for joining Icels 2024. We hope this event has significantly impacted you and your future endeavors. I am Nora Izazara, and we look forward to seeing you at our next event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
I'm so sorry, everyone. Please don't leave in this room. We need to take a picture. You can turn on your camera. Yes, ask me. Yeah. Miss Fadila, Miss Kiroma, and Mr. Iqbal, please turn on your camera. Miss Fadilanya belum? Miss Fadila, can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Please turn on your camera, Miss. We have to take a picture.
Wait.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you for all the participants. You can leave this breakout room.
We still have closing ceremony.
Miss Arvina, you may leave the breakout room. And join the closing ceremony after this.
best implementation is using these applications in sufficient time, like more practice, practice, and practice. So when the students use these applications, they can get new vocabularies, more 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 like they can use the more technology like these applications where that when they have like good in doing these applications, I mean good using these applications, absolutely they can get or can improve their conversational writing skill, because when we use these applications, the student can do some conversations like a chill conversations with any topic from various topics. So the best implementation is using this application in sufficient time. That's it, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Miss Idewa Ayu Gidadiari, for your nice answer. Great. And then for Miss Imrata Salihah, if you have a problem with your connection, you can write your answer in the chat. It's no problem. There is no Miss Imratus. Okay, because Miss Imrata Solihah doesn't exist, so
Hasil belajar peserta didik mata pelajaran Al-Quran Hadis. And the next slide about previous research number 2 from Per Hendrik et al. In 2023 with the title Memorizing the Quran to Improve Student Learning Achievement. And the previous research number 3 for Suraya in 2022 with the title Hubungan Tahfidz Al-Quran dengan hasil belajar Al-Quran Hadis di MANU Banat Kudus. For the three research, previous research, different from my research. In my research, discusses about the correlation between memorizing Al-Quran with learning achievement of English subject. But in that previous research, discusses about the correlation between memorizing Al-Quran with learning achievement Al-Quran Hadis subject or learning achievement in life. Okay, next slide. About the theoretical framework, in this research uses the ending theory that a person ability to memorize Al-Quran cannot be squared from a person intelligence, so that they are able to memorize Al-Quran, absorb the words of Allah, remember and repeat it without looking at Al-Quran with his cognitive abilities. For the learning achievement, uses the Benjamin S. Bloom theory, that the learning achievement is the result of change in student behavior, which is consists of six cognitive domains, including knowledge, understanding, application, analysis, synthesis, and evaluation. For the next slide. About the research methodology, this research uses the correlational quantitative approach. And the next slide about the setting in this research uses the setting at MTS Hasan Muhyiddin Projopaku and use the instrument just documentation in the score in memorizing Al-Quran and the score of English subject. And sample in this research
in 7GH, there are 25 students at MTS Sanmukika Prucopaku. Okay, the next slide. For the hypothesis in this research, hypothesis alternative, there is a positive and significant correlation between memorizing Al-Quran with learning achievement of English subject. And the hypothesis zero, there is no positive and significant relationship between memorizing Al-Quran with learning achievement of English subject. For the next slide, about the results of data analysis about descriptive statistic of memorizing Al-Quran. For the result of the table, we can see that the mode score is 80 and the maximum score is 88 and the minimum score is 72. And for the next slide about the data analysis about descriptive statistics of the results English learning achievement is the mode score is 92 and the maximum score is 97 and the minimum score is 85. Okay, for the next slide about the normality test. For the normality test, for the table we can see that for the Kolmogorov Smirnov, memorizing Al-Quran with learning achievement of English subject have significancy 0.200, and for Sapiro Wilk, memorizing Al-Quran has significancy 0.433, and English subject has significancy 0.043, and all about variable is greater than 0.05. It means that the data test is normally distributed. Okay, the next slide. About the linearity test, we can see that the table significance value of 0.582, which is greater than 0.05. It means that there is a significant linear correlation between memorizing Al-Quran with learning achievement of English subject. Okay, for the next slide, about the hypothesis test. In this research, we can see that the results of hypothesis test, there is significant value between memorizing Al-Quran with learning achievement of English subject is 0.005 less 0.05 with significance 0.542, which means that there is a positive and significant correlation between memorizing Al-Quran with learning achievement of English subject. Okay.
So now we have reached to the next session. That was Q&A session. And for those who have questions, you can write them in the message column like before. And I will wait for your question. Is there questions? Or Miss Sisi maybe? Okay, maybe I have one question for Miss Sisi. And the question is, how will you implement each discussion topic in your field in the real life? Real life.
Pardon, Miss Ayu,
Yes.
could you repeat your questions?
Oh, okay. So how will you implement your topic discussion in real life?
Okay, thank you for your questions. Actually, this research is for probation for the school, and now right now the school is still implementing this program. So I hope that this from the previous probation can help the school to continue and to improve the students speaking skill, and also to gain new habit using English in daily conversation. I still keep in touch with the student and also with the school managers. So sometimes I go to the school and take a look and see the progress from the school. Thank you, Miss.
Okay, thank you for your response, Miss Cici. Is there any question maybe from Miss Farah? So we have now reached the end of our event. Before we close, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the presenters and participants for joining Icels 2024. We hope this event has significantly impacted you and your future endeavors. I am Ayu, and we look forward to see you at our next event. Thank you and see you again.
Thank you, Miss Ayu.
There is closing ceremony, so you can turn back on the main room. Thank you.
again. After weeks and months, I know how the committee worked very hard for this very first program, this international conference for undergraduate students, this is the first also in UNISCA. Applause please for the committee. Then especially, I'd like to express my gratitude for all the presenters online and offline. Maybe this is not your first time joining a conference, or maybe this is your first time. Really, your first time. So you have done it with style. Applause for you. Your first time joining a conference, you are not the participants, but you are the speakers. International conference. However, you started your first conference as a speaker international one. I know it must be difficult. You are busy preparing the papers. You are afraid of not making it finish until the day. Making the full paper maybe makes you dizzy, maybe sick, ill, even not coming because you are too afraid. I hope it is not, yeah. Tremor, like someone said in my chat group, sorry ma'am, sorry, I still get tremor. I'm going to present. Everybody, there is always a beginning. Even an expert, they were beginners. But practices make them perfect, like what Olivia said in my room a couple minutes ago. So I hope after this Icels, you will be more encouraged to express and share your ideas, your knowledge, and your experiences with all students, not only in UNISCA, but also with other universities, not only in Indonesia, but also international universities. Sure, you can, because trust me, you have started with style. Well, the last but not least, to all committee, especially for the chairperson, Ms. Anti, and the team, lecturers, the IT members behind the scene over there, behind the curtain. Thank you so much for making this happen. And I do hope Icels will not only be the first, because this already stated the first, there will be the second, the third, the fourth, and so on. Amen. And also will be followed next year, not only undergraduate students, but will also for the graduate students, the lecturers. We are going to have another international international conferences. So the committee, get ready for this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. For Pak Angga, I invite Pak Angga to say me. Okay. Saya merangkap MC ya. Double job. Okay, after doing the closing remarks, I'd like to invite some participants as the representative for the speakers, to accept the certificates as speakers. And they are, should I call by names, Miss? Yeah, Davani Nur Rahman. And next, Sekar Mahisa Asti. Yeah. Yeah, this one is the representatives from the speakers and also representative from International University. I please Leo and Olivia to come forward. Please, Pak Angga Prasongko, as the head of department, to give. Maybe you can move a bit because close. Kok aku? And special for the most important person who makes this all happen. Yeah, Bunti. What is?
Thank you so much for the closing remarks by the Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we came to the end of the conference, we're going to show you a super duper amazing after movie, of course, of this event. So please enjoy.
And with that, we put an end to our celebration for this evening. We hope you have a memorable experience with us here on Icels 2024. Yours truly, Cynthiawati, on behalf of Icels 2024. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Terima kasih. Selamat sore.